5:33 p.m., we had the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
Expert testimony from court clarifying the timeline surrounding the killing of Lindsay and Patrick Clancy's 3 children, and the evidence may shock a lot of people watching this trial. This evidence shows that Lindsay was still walking around the house when Patrick was caught on video at CVS. Despite the fact that both the prosecution and defense agree Lindsay killed her children, there are a lot of people following this trial who believe Patrick did it, not Lindsay. But will this evidence convince the skeptics that Patrick didn't do it? Meanwhile, Lindsay's defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, focused on the Apple Watch.
The watch could have been put down, battery died, whatever those issues could be, and the person would still be going down the stairs, going up the stairs, going in the backyard, doing push-ups, whatever.
Correct.
You just don't know, right?
Yes.
It's the trial the nation is watching, and today, another big day inside the courtroom. Everyone is now talking about this case, the case of Lindsay Clancy, claiming that she was mentally ill when she killed her 3 children. But people aren't talking about her. They're talking about Patrick. A lot of people believing that Patrick did it. Well, there was huge evidence today which disproves that theory. I'm Vinnie Politan. Let's investigate. This case, this trial is obviously blowing up everywhere. I feel it myself. I'm getting text messages from people who never discuss the true crime stories that I'm talking about day in and day out. In the dugout of my baseball game, my adult baseball game over the weekend, the guys were asking me about this case. They never talk to me about the stories or cases that I'm covering. And what everyone is saying, and the conversation is, right, Vinny, the husband did it, right? The husband did it. And how do I respond to that? Like, how do I, first of all, it can't be answered between innings in the dugout, right? So it's I think it's a little bit of a longer conversation. And it's sort of an ongoing conversation that we're having here on Vinnie Politan Investigates. One answer I do have, though, is like, the husband did it, right? And I would say, well, not according to her attorney. Like, Lindsay Clancy's attorney doesn't believe that Patrick did it. And his job is to defend her. And if there was evidence pointing at someone else, that's obviously where he would point the jury. But that's not happening. He's conceding it, right? The case is about her mental state. Yes, she did it, but was she or was she not under the influence of this mental illness and this over-medication and everything else associated with it? So that's what the trial is about, and that's what the arguments and the evidence in the trial are all about. But the conversation outside of the courtroom is all about Patrick. So obviously, here we'll continue to address that issue. So today, familiar face on the stand from the Karen Reed trial, the cell phone expert, Ian Whiffen, who testified in her trial, someone who extracts the information from the cell phone and tries to piece together what happened, did that with Lindsay Clancy's cell phone. And one of the conclusions, and I think this is so important to the people who believe that Patrick Clancy did it, is that that cell phone evidence that he has demonstrates that Lindsay was walking when Patrick was out of the house. One more time. Lindsay, who's in a wheelchair now, right? After exiting that second floor bedroom, was walking when Patrick was out of the house. So let's break this down, because I think this is important. And I think this is the type of evidence that's coming out now that we need to explore. So let's begin and go back and listen to Patrick Clancy kind of talk about his timeline on the day that his children were murdered or killed, depending upon what the jury says here, right? The day the children are gone. What is he doing? Where is he going? Who is he texting? Back and forth, trying to piece together the most important time, which is really between 5 and 6 o'clock that night on the 24th. So let's take a listen to Patrick Clancy.
As you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, just other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember. Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry. So that refreshed your memory and
Yep.
asked her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
So your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay. And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can hold it there for 1 second. As you look at this video, if you look in the bottom corner, bottom left-hand corner, there's a timestamp there. Now, not all timestamps are accurate, right? This timestamp is what, 5:33, I believe, if I can see it. But it's clearly, okay, so there's a timestamp of when he's at CVS. In putting together a timeline, timestamps are important. Let's continue.
And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves were pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
Yes.
She answered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there was a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
Okay. Two important things. The timing and what's happening. He's at CVS. He's making a phone call to her. People who are pointing the finger at Patrick Clancy say, no, those phone calls never happened because he had already taken care of Lindsay and the kids. Lindsay's already outside on the ground, paralyzed. The calls were never made. He was calling from the Apple Watch to make it look like he was calling Lindsay. Okay? That's what people are saying. Let's take a listen now to Massachusetts State Police, Andrew Ciaccio, who's going to talk here about the timing, right? You want to verify the time that he's at CVS. Let's watch.
Why were you asked to go to the CVS in Kingston?
To obtain surveillance video.
Did you notice any discrepancies in the timestamps?
I did not.
And after viewing the video surveillance there at CVS, were you able to see Patrick Clancy in the store at CVS?
Yes.
And fair to say you were able to track that he arrived at 17:32:32 and exited the store at 17:37:08?
Yes.
Okay. Verify the timestamp. Verify the video. All of that is evidence in the case. Patrick Clancy is at the CVS at that time. Patrick Clancy says he speaks with Lindsay Clancy. Is that even possible? Well, what does Lindsay Clancy's phone say? What evidence do we have from her phone that day? Ian Whiffen, the big witness today from Cellbrite expert, testified about what he extracted from Lindsay Clancy's phone. Take a listen.
And then did you create a timeline combining all the data that we've talked about into one timeline?
I did, yes.
I'm going to the last page of your report, page 43. Is this the last page of the timeline?
It is, yes.
And in that page, can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes, so the very first column is the timestamp. The next few columns, which show typically coloured, is related to the activity, which will become a little bit clearer in a moment. The row or the column in the centre explains what the record is. So if, for example, we look at the 17-13-16 record, we can see a U, which means the device was unlocked in pink. That unlock event lasted until 17-15-12. So hence that entire column is in pink and shows the relevant lock event.
So here we have 513 device unlock.
Yes.
515 device lock, and there's this column connecting them, correct?
Correct. And then any activity that happened during that unlock time is then shown within the rows between. So again, we see Safari open at 17:13:16. Safari was closed at 17:14:47. Messaging was opened at 17:14:47. While messages were open, there was an outgoing message sent for PDLX. Then messaging was closed. Messaging was opened again, and messaging was closed prior to the device locking. So everything in the coloured columns tries to show all of the events that happened at the same time or during that parent event.
And what we have here at 5:33 p.m., we have the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
And in between when the flight climb started and the flight climb ended, you have the 2 calls, the incoming call that was missed from Patrick and then the outgoing call to Patrick, correct?
Correct.
So the first flight climbed had already been started. Someone had already started climbing up a flight of stairs when that first unanswered call happened, correct?
So flight climb started is how it's listed within the database and within the software. But it actually, the flight climb time is when the flight climb has been recognized by the device as the device has already climbed up those stairs. So even though it says flight climb started, that's technically the time that the flight climb or the first flight climb had ended.
So where it says 5:33:34 flight climb started, that actually indicates the person has gone up that first flight of stairs already.
Yes, that indicates the phone has now realized I'm 3 meters higher than I was the last time I checked. Therefore, a flight climb has already been completed at that point.
And then the calls happen, and then the phone realizes at 5:38 that another flight has been climbed.
Correct.
Okay. Lindsay Clancy's phone is climbing stairs. Her phone is climbing stairs. 2 flights, kind of like from the basement up to the second bedroom, all of which is consistent with the prosecution theory, all of which is consistent with what they've been saying. Patrick Clancy said he called Lindsay Clancy, did not answer, then got a call back. That information also consistent with what is found on Lindsay Clancy's phone. The movement, the calling. Lindsay Clancy, from this evidence, is walking up the stairs when Patrick Clancy calls her. We know where he is. We know where her phone is, and we know her phone is moving. Doesn't seem like Lindsay Clancy is paralyzed in the backyard after being tossed out the window. This does not fit into what I have been hearing from the people who have a theory that Patrick Clancy did it. This does not fit that theory. Not even close. What does this fits what the prosecution has been demonstrating to this jury from the beginning of the case. This fits and is consistent with what Patrick Clancy testified to. It makes sense to me. I'm wondering, there's going to be a reaction because I know some people still will not believe it, but I'm curious as to how you would explain the movement of Lindsay Clancy's phone. Like all those pieces are fitting together. Like there's no, oh, well, how did that? No, there's none of that. He called her. The phone is moving. It stops. They make a connection. Hang up. Then it continues. It's almost like you can piece together what the prosecution timeline is going to be here. He called her right after she killed the 3 kids in the basement and was on her way up to the bedroom to throw herself out the window. That's what prosecutors will argue. So big moment inside the courtroom. There were other big moments today, and this was very emotional and difficult. First, I want to put up on the screen something else that's going on. There's a GoFundMe right now for Lindsay's mom and dad, the Musgrove family. It's called the Musgrove Family Fund. They want to raise $2 million. They've raised over $800,000. And I'll read part of what this is about. In January of 2023, Lindsay Clancy was accused of killing her 3 young children in their Duxbury, Massachusetts home. She's now on trial. The Musgrove Family Fund is for the 2 people who have remained at her side through every step of what followed. Her parents, Mike and Paula Musgrove. It asks donors to recognize the extraordinary financial burden her parents have carried simply by continuing to be present. The purpose of this fund is to help Mike and Paula rebuild the financial stability they have sacrificed over these past 3 years. Contributions will help cover the accumulated costs of travel, lodging, living expenses, and other family expenses arising from their continued support of Lindsay throughout her case. The fund was established with their knowledge and consent, and Lindsay's attorney, Kevin Reddington, is aware of it. The Musgroves will control the funds and determine how they are used for the purposes described above. So people who are feeling sorry for Lindsay Clancy and for her parents have been raising money, and it will go to Lindsay's parents, and they will control what will happen with it. Meanwhile, Paula Musgrove on the witness stand today, really in a tough spot, difficult spot for her. Let's not forget that she was the grandmother of these 3 children as well. So let's take a listen to part of her testimony.
Tell the jury how you interacted and felt about your grandchildren.
I loved my grandchildren with all my heart. You never know what it's like to love a grandchild until you become a grandmother. And it was the most beautiful thing. I love them with all my heart.
Now, did you have occasion to see how Lindsay reacted and treated her kids as a mother?
Yes.
And granted that you're her mother, so you're obviously biased. Tell the jury what observations you made of Lindsay as a mother through the years after Cora was born, and then Dawson, and then, of course, baby Callan.
Lindsay was a very loving mother. She was dedicated to her children. She was a fun mother. She was always doing things for her kids. She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her. And she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
Now, in 2022, Callan was born, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with Lindsay and Pat during that period of time, the spring into the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And how often would you see them or talk to them, or what would you do? You go to cookouts, or would you have parties, or how would you socialize?
Myself and my husband would travel from Connecticut to Duxbury at least 2 or 3 times a month, as well as them coming to Connecticut to visit us.
And would you agree that in the summer, for example, of 2022, that Lindsay and Pat were active with the kids and were pretty happy?
Very happy, yes.
Did you observe in the summer of 22 any changes at that point in her personality and the way she was acting with her friends and in society?
In the summer, no.
And they were having a fairly good summer.
Yes.
Did you notice at some point a change in Lindsay's demeanor?
Yes.
Tell the jury when that was.
It was sometime probably around the 2nd week of October.
What happened that you noticed?
I noticed that she had become very anxious. She told me she was anxious about going back to work because Callan was having trouble taking a bottle and she didn't feel right about leaving him.
And as a result of that, did she tell you that she was going to put off going back to work?
Yes, she told me she was applying for an extension.
Now, did you know at that point that she was going through any issues involving depression or anxiety or having any suicidal ideation or anything like that?
At that point, no.
At that point, things changed, though, and the testimony of Lindsay's mom, crucial for this jury. Lindsay Clancy's mother was there, right? Was spending time, was interacting with her daughter. So she got to see firsthand some of the differences in Lindsay's behavior. Let's go back in and listen to more of her crucial testimony.
At what point, if any, did you become aware that your daughter was suffering from this symptomology?
In late October.
And how did that come about?
She sent me a text message.
And do you recall when that was?
Yes, that was on October 20th.
So I'm going to approach you with this board and ask if this is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
You want to write off this?
Objection. It's already in evidence.
What do we mark it for identification? Is that text within the?
I'd rather have it in the board.
Well, I know you would, but we already have the.
They want a little painting. Can I just stop the board?
No, we're going to mark that for identification. The text that is been referred and read to is within Exhibit 276, which was just offered.
I'm sorry, which is what?
I think it was within Exhibit 276, which was within that thread that you just offered.
Okay, so I will then, that would be 276,
Yeah.
so that will be over here. As a result of receiving that text, did you then come up to...
Hold on a second.
Exhibit W for identification.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So as a result of that, did you come up to Duxbury?
Yes, same day.
And tell us about that. What happened that day at the end of October?
Lindsay had been I believe she went to the emergency room that day, and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious, and she was afraid.
And how long did you stay with her?
At that point?
Yes.
I believe at that point I stayed for about a week.
And was your husband with you?
He came later. He didn't come directly with me then because he was still working, so he came later.
I never asked, what did you do for work?
I worked for Weight Watchers.
And you're retired?
Yes.
How about your husband? Is he working now?
He recently retired.
And what was the nature of his work?
He was in photography.
What kind of photography?
School picture photography.
For yearbooks and things like that?
Yeah, and school pictures, when you had your kids' pictures taken.
And he just recently retired?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the month of October into November, into the holidays in December, that you and your husband would stay with Lindsay and the kids?
Yes. I stayed more than my husband because he needed to go back home to work.
Sure. While you were staying with Lindsay, can you tell us your opinion as to her condition? Was it decompensating? Was she getting better as time went on through November and December into the holidays?
Through November into December, it was not getting better, and into the holidays.
And you knew she was on medication at that point?
Yes.
You knew she was seeing doctors at that point?
Yes.
So tell us, is there an incident that came to your mind that you recall that occurred on one evening that indicated to you how seriously she was suffering?
There were many. One particular evening that was disturbing to me was that, she was afraid. She was afraid to be alone, and she actually asked if she could sleep with me.
When was that?
That was late November, early December.
And did she indeed sleep with you on that occasion?
She did.
Continuing on through the holidays, did you guys get together for the holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving, if you recall?
Yes. I was down there probably most of December through Christmas Eve, and then I left on Christmas Eve to come home to see my other daughter and her family, and then Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
Yes.
Okay, and the kids?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you make further observation as time went into January? Oh, back it up. At some point, she voluntarily went into McLean Hospital?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I was at Lindsay's house staying with them.
You take care of the kids?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Pat's parents, mom and dad, also stepped up, taking care of the kids, helping out during this period of time?
They were there, I guess, when we weren't there. I didn't really see them, but...
Right, because you guys would be different time frames.
Right.
But you all were pulling together as a family, is that correct? January, leading up to January 24th, do you recall, and can you tell the jurors what, if any, observations you made of Lindsay and her condition?
Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could. She didn't want to drive. So at times when Pat didn't go pick the kids up at school, I would drive Lindsay to pick the kids up at school because she was afraid to drive.
Did she express to you concern that in this time frame that people at the school, teachers and other people would be able to know what she was thinking and would think that she wasn't a good mother because she was sick?
Yes, she said, the school knows something's going on because I'm not driving my car. They see that I'm not driving my car to pick the kids up.
Do you recall the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication, in her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
Now, I know that this is difficult. In December of 2022, do you recall a time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick, and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there?
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just tell us what you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
She's talking about it. Clearly suffering from mental illness, but talking about it to the people closest to her. Yet here we are. Lindsay Clancy's mother wasn't the only family member who came to speak with her and noticed things and was having sort of an ongoing conversation during the time leading up to the killing of the 3 children. Lindsay's sister was also a part of her life, someone who was close to her, and she took the stand as well. Let's take a look at her testimony.
I will say on Thanksgiving in particular is when the first time I saw her in person after quite some time. I had known she had not been doing well via text message communication that we had. I think on Thanksgiving, she, her mood did not look good, her energy, she didn't seem very energized. It definitely seemed off from how I've seen her in the past.
And were you aware that that carried through from November into December, around the holiday season, if you had stayed in touch with her?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you observed about her around the holiday season as it related to her, from your observations and your texting and your communications with Lindsay? How did she appear to you at that point?
The beginning of December, it seemed like she very much decompensated. I do remember her saying at one point at the beginning of December, something along the lines of, I'm in a really tough spot. And knowing what she had shared with me previously about how her mental health had been struggling, I had this gut feeling that something was off and that she was really struggling, and I asked her if she was safe.
What did she say?
She said yes at that point.
And you knew her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And you knew the kids?
Yes.
Obviously. Do you recall around Christmas itself, and perhaps a little bit thereafter, that you spoke with her and that she indicated, basically, I'm not doing okay?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you observed about her demeanor or her symptomology when you said she was decompensating around that time? What were they symptoms in your mind of?
Based on communication with Lindsay, and I started communicating with Pat directly at that time, she was reporting her mood was worsening, as she described as depression. She was having more suicidal thoughts. Insomnia continued to be an issue. She was really not feeling like herself.
And did you know that during that period of time where she was telling you about the suicidal thoughts and the issue of depression, that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about seeing the doctors, and if she was on any medication, and if so, what effect did they have on her?
So the first thing she said about the doctors was back in October when she said that she saw a doctor for Zoloft and had a very awful reaction to that Zoloft.
Would that be Dr. Tufts?
I don't believe she shared that specific with me.
Share the name? Okay.
No. And then I think throughout our communication over the couple months of October to December, she did share with me that she was going to doctors, she was getting different prescriptions, kind of all the things that they were trying and different treatments they were looking at.
And do you recall when you were talking with her about her symptoms towards the end of December that she had, in your words, decompensated significantly and stated to you that she felt nothing and that she was scared, things of that nature?
Yes.
What else did she tell you, if you recall?
At the end of December, so I think it was more along the same of, that she is really not feeling well. Her mood is down. She's feeling numb. She's feeling hopeless. I believe at the very end of the month, she told me she had suicidal ideation every day for a month.
Do you recall towards the end of the month around New Year's that she voluntarily admitted herself somewhere?
Yes.
Do you know where she admitted herself?
McLean Hospital.
And while she was at McLean Hospital, ultimately, do you know how she got out of McLean Hospital?
It was my understanding that she was weaning off of some medication that she was on, and then was eventually discharged 5 days later.
Now, did you see her or talk to her after she left McLean Hospital trying to wean herself off of whatever medication it was? Because you don't know what the medication was, right?
I believe it was Seroquel.
Seroquel.
Yep.
Did she tell you anything to the effect that when she got out of the hospital that she felt as though this was a step in the right direction? Did she seem as though she was trying to be positive about her life?
Yes.
And tell us about that, because up until this point you had observed her decompensating and having these symptoms and suicidal ideation and depression and feeling nothing and scary. When she got out of McLean, what did she appear to you and what did she say to you?
I believe she said she felt that was a good plan and that she was starting to feel better.
So was your sister, in your opinion, granted she's your sister and you're biased, obviously, but was she a complainer?
No.
And obviously she didn't share with you in detail her doctors and medicines and things of that nature. Is that fair?
No.
But you were aware of the struggles and the hurt that she was going through?
Yes.
And then through the month of January, did you have occasion to see her, or were you, because you still live in different states?
Yes. Yes, I did have an occasion to see her in January.
When?
We went to Cora's birthday party.
And that was at the trampoline park?
Yes.
How did she appear at that?
I think she looked like she was going through the motions of putting together a birthday party for her daughter, but she looked tired. She looked like she was still struggling.
So there was a difference in your observation of what you had known your sister to have as a personality?
Yes.
And then, of course, the horrible day, were you aware, or did somebody call you and tell you that the children had been killed?
Yes.
One of them still survived and ultimately passed?
Yes.
And do you recall who told you that?
Yes.
Who was that?
My mother.
And as a result of getting the call from your mother, what did you do?
I jumped in the car, packed a bag, and I sped up to South Shore Hospital, which is where I was told she was.
This whole family, wow, what they have been through. But again, the theme here is very clear. Lindsay was struggling, but the question is to what degree? So this is what makes this case so difficult for prosecutors, is that, like, it's obvious to everyone that Lindsay Clancy is suffering from mental illness, but what impact is the mental illness having on the decisions that she made on the 24th of January when she took the lives of her 3 children? So any testimony concerning what she was doing, how she was functioning, and to what level this mental illness was impacting her life and what people were noticing about it becomes very, very relevant. So this part of the testimony of Lindsay Clancy's sister is extremely important because it's the cross-examination. Those prosecutors are still, they have to concede because it's the truth, right? She's suffering from mental illness. But how bad was it? Let's watch.
And do you recall speaking to the police on January 25th, just a day after this all happened back in 2023?
Yes.
And do you recall telling them that you saw Lindsay 2 weeks prior to the 24th, roughly around the birthday party time, and that she seemed okay?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the police that you spoke to her in phone calls many times after she was discharged to McLean, and that her tone of voice in those calls seemed better?
I did not speak to her on the phone. Most of our communication was via text.
Okay, so you don't recall saying that to the police, that the tone of Lindsay's voice in our phone conversations was better the last couple weeks since she had been released from the hospital?
I believe when I said that, I meant her tone via her text messages.
And so her tone in her text messages was better?
A bit.
And do you recall telling police that you spoke to Lindsay on Thursday, January 19th, 2023, and she seemed okay?
Yes.
And that was a phone call, correct?
That was text message.
Text message, okay.
Yes.
So when you were saying spoke to the police, you were referring to text messages?
Correct.
And so in that text message, she seemed fine?
She seemed okay.
So she had just been released from McLean Hospital at the beginning of January, and all of your communications after the birthday party were text messages, is that correct?
I think the date's wrong.
I believe so, yes.
And just so we make sure we have the date correct, after she was discharged from McLean in January of 2023, up until January 24th, 2023, all of your communications were via text?
Yes.
Did you visit her at her home that month?
No.
You didn't reach out or call her at all, correct?
I reached out and called, yes. I did not visit her at her home, no.
When you called, did she respond? Did she answer the phone?
I'm sorry, let me backtrack. I can't recall whether I made a phone call. I can recall the majority of our communication between January 1st and January 24th was via text message.
Okay, so there could have been some phone calls.
I cannot recall any phone calls.
You are a licensed social worker, correct?
Correct.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time between January 1st, 2023 and January 24th, 2023, did you have enough concern about the safety of the kids or the safety of your sister to file a report as a mandated reporter?
No.
All right, a couple things from her testimony. First, in distinguishing text message versus phone call, personally, I get the two jumbled in my mind, but prosecutors base their case upon the interviews of witnesses and the statements that they give. So she previously talked about phone calls, very specific, and now it's text messages. Is she telling the truth? Likely telling the truth, not being deceptive on purpose, but for a prosecutor, you're trying to get to the truth and trying to figure things out, and you base it upon the investigation that's done. And here you have someone who now is sort of changing the parameters of it, but I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think it's a big deal one way or the other. I think at the end that was significant, that she didn't observe anything that made her think that children were in danger. And I think that's important for prosecutors in this case in trying to diminish the level of this mental illness that she was actually suffering from to attempt to win this case. I want to play for you one more thing. This was a moment where Margaret Hamp is testifying. This is someone who worked with Lindsay Clancy as a nurse in labor and delivery and recalling an incident. Listen really closely, because this is like one of those moments where you go, oh. Let's watch.
Your experience dealing with patients that have birthed a child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent, were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, how could a mother hurt her children?
Thank you. All set.
Thank you.
Homo.
That's a moment. That is a moment. The Andrea Yates case, we've been talking about that since the beginning. It's the most notorious of all these before this case of a mother killing her children. But at that moment, Lindsay Clancy, the furthest thing from her mind was harming any children, let alone her own. That's it for this time. Thank you so much for watching. Our coverage of this case obviously will continue here on Vinnie Politan Investigates and on Court TV. I'm Vinnie Politan. Until next time, please don't forget to hug the kids. The trial of admitted child killer Lindsay Clancy has absolutely grabbed the attention of the nation. Lindsay pointing the finger at her doctors and nurses for over-medicating and misdiagnosing her mental illness, resulting in her hearing voices in her head.
She had said that she heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
But prosecutors say her mental illness was not as bad as she claims, and that she planned the killings because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. The Commonwealth has rested, and now the defense is putting on their case, trying to show this jury Lindsay Clancy was suffering from postpartum psychosis.
She had bipolar disorder with postpartum psychoses. In addition, she was unable to conform her behaviors to the rule of law, and she had no appreciation for the wrongfulness of her act.
Meanwhile, many people watching this trial and commenting on social media have pointed the finger at Lindsay's husband, Patrick. But Lindsay's defense admits that she's the one who killed the children, and they are arguing because of her mental illness, she should not be held criminally responsible. The pace of this trial is picking up, and the defense really laser focused on the issues they want to put in front of this jury, including the evidence of her illness and Lindsay Clancy hearing voices in her head telling her to take the lives of her children. The question is, can the prosecution overcome this type of evidence? I'm Vinnie Politan. Let's investigate. I think most of you know I am a former prosecutor. That's how I see the world. And that's how I initially analyze most cases is, okay, is this a case I could prosecute? This is a tough case. And this is a very tough case. Generally speaking, cases involving legal insanity usually aren't. Usually there's a huge advantage to the prosecution because in most cases it's a defense of last resort. That's not the case here. That's not what is happening with Lindsay Clancy. I would argue that this is probably the first choice of a defense in this case rather than the last choice of a defense in this case. And one of the reasons is the incredibly well-documented history and recent history that Lindsay Clancy had on this issue of being mentally ill. And one of the things that we've seen are the prescriptions that were written for her. And a lot has been said about the number of prescriptions over the course of just 4 months where she's got her doctor, her nurse practitioner, everyone. I mean, they're evaluating her, and as a result of those evaluations, giving her medicine. Okay? That is proof that there's something wrong. When a doctor gives you medicine or a nurse practitioner gives you medicine, something is wrong with you. And the issues here obviously are all mental. So to me, that is compelling evidence. Whether or not you believe the mental illness caused her to do this, first you have to establish the fact that mental illness exists. And now prosecutors cannot claim that it's being faked. It's real. Like, it's actually real. These are treating doctors who are prescribing this medicine. Then on top of that, she also spent time as an inpatient in a hospital for the same issues at McLean. Now, the circumstances under which she left or was no longer there, obviously both sides will debate that. But what cannot be debated, and again, what prosecutors have to overcome here, and what makes it a tough case, is the fact that she was hospitalized for a mental condition in the weeks just prior to her taking the lives of her 3 children. Most of these cases, they don't have that. Usually it's like, oh, you know, it was sort of undetected and it happened, and a forensic specialist comes in afterwards and tells you what was happening at the time. Now we've got the treating physicians and the folks at the hospital all talking about what was happening at the time. Again, what prosecutors are arguing here is the degree or level of mental illness and what the impact of the mental illness is on her actions. But you're in a place now where you don't want to be, as a prosecutor, arguing over degrees. Instead of, as you usually argue, they're either mentally ill or they're not. And many times they're faking it. Again, that's not what is happening here. Finally, you've got probably the most compelling potential evidence in this case that prosecutors have to deal with, which are the voices in Lindsay Clancy's head. This is Andrea Yates stuff we're talking about. If you're hearing delusional voices and you can't distinguish between reality and you can't stop the voices and the voices are controlling you, that's like all in. Like, this makes this even more difficult for prosecutors because they have to prove or disprove the impact of the mental illness on her actions that day. So let's take you inside the courtroom. Dr. Zeisel, a psychologist who was hired by the defense, testifying here about seeing Lindsay Clancy almost immediately after all this happened and her talking about the voices in her head. This is crucial. This is key. Let's take a look.
The conversation I had with Ms. Clancy at that time was one where I asked if she knew where she was. So I did what's called a mental status exam, a brief mental status exam. It's orientation to time, place, location. She didn't know where she was, wasn't quite sure what time it was. She knew who she was. And she told me that she remembers what happened, but it was very fuzzy and foggy. At the time, she had been on medication for the significant pain post-surgery while in that hospital room.
And during the course of that interview with her, did she express any concern to you about her husband, Patrick?
Yes, she did.
Tell the jurors what she indicated to you.
She said, since 11 days prior to my meeting with her, which would have been January 24th, 2023, she had no contact with Patrick. She wanted to know how he was doing. She wanted to know if she could call him and find out where things are with her and with him and how he was faring, and to just speak with him.
She expressed concern about her family.
Yes, she did.
Did she express concern about what had happened?
Yes.
Did she ask you, or did you offer to her the ability to speak to her husband, Patrick?
She asked me if she could use my cell phone to call her husband.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
Did you hear the conversation?
Yes, I told her we'd call. It would have to be on speakerphone.
And tell us about that conversation.
So that first phone call, I believe on the 24th, he did not pick up. She left a message. I did not leave a message. We then called back 2 days later on the 6th.
And after the 2 days had transpired and the call was made on the 6th, did she have a chance to talk to Patrick?
Yes.
Were you there?
Yes.
Was she still chained to the bed?
Yes.
Were the cops still outside the room?
Yes, not in blues. They were in civilian clothing, jeans, flannel shirts.
And tell us what she said to Patrick in your presence on the speakerphone at that point.
She had told Patrick that she loved him very much. She was unable to express a lot of emotion, but she expressed love for him. And she had said that she heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
Now, doctor, have in mind your background, your career, Did you tell Lindsay Clancy to lie or make that up and pretend that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did you have any conversation or any suggestions to her at all that she should say she heard voices or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Okay. There's been some chatter, we've heard it really from the defense, trying to deflate any indication that this doctor was setting things up for the defense at trial by having her talk about the voices. So that's what that last part was about. Maybe significant for some jurors. I don't know. Depends on what prosecutors allege or argue at some point. But the bottom line here is that the voices telling her she had no choice. Would have liked to know a little bit more about that. Like, whose voice was it? Why didn't she have a choice? But the bottom line of this, and this is, a few days after the incident. This is, again, what prosecutors have to disprove, okay? The defense is putting it out there, and now prosecutors have to disprove it because the burden is on them in Massachusetts in cases like this. This, again, is why it's so tough. So let's take a look now at Shannon Buckingham, Assistant District Attorney for the Commonwealth, cross-examining the doctor.
Now, you testified yesterday that you performed a mental status exam that day on February 4th. Do you recall that?
I do.
Where in your report or the previous report from July or your June report do you outline the results of your mental status exam?
There is none, because if someone's not capable of just explaining who they are, where they are, and if they're clear of mentation and thinking, then I'll meet with them. But if they're not, I won't. So it's a sine qua non. You do that just to make sure you can keep meeting with them and that they are able to understand what you're talking about. Standard practice.
But you indicated yesterday that she did know who she was, right?
Yes.
She didn't know where she was.
Yes.
But I believe your testimony was that she did remember what happened, but she was foggy as to what happened.
Yes, that's correct.
And she actually, according to your testimony yesterday, asked you for your phone or to access your phone to make a phone call. Was that correct?
Yes.
So she was able to communicate with you.
Yes.
She asked you for something and you clearly understood what she was asking for.
Yes.
And you indicated that she asked to call her husband, right?
Yes.
Had you spoken with her husband before that time?
I did not speak with him at that time. I didn't know him, and I had not spoken to him prior to that time.
So how'd you get the phone number to call him?
I did not have the phone number to call.
So she provided you with a phone number to dial so that she could call him on speakerphone, right?
Yes.
And she remembered the number?
Yes.
And so you indicated on that day, on February 4th, that she left a voicemail, right?
Yes.
So in that voicemail message, were you able to identify that it was Patrick Clancy's phone? Did it say, hey, this is Pat, leave a message, or something to that effect?
I don't remember the salutation from the voice recording, but there was no evidence that it was not Patrick Clancy.
And as far as her confidence in the number, she gave it to you with no issue, did she not?
That's correct.
She didn't have her own cell phone to refer to, did she?
That's correct.
Or a pad of paper where all the numbers were written down?
She didn't.
You indicated that she left a message. Do you recall what the message was?
She expressed a love for him. want to know how he was doing, and that was pretty much it.
And again, you said that you didn't write down what the mental status exam was, but the fact that she was able to relay that message, was it clear and coherent, what she was saying?
Yes, mental status exams are multiple levels. Different things are asked. If you don't know where you are, it doesn't mean you can't have a conversation with someone.
And she was able to have a conversation with you that day?
Yes.
Now, you said you went back on February 6th and met with her again, correct?
Yes.
And you guys made another attempt at calling Patrick?
Yes.
Again, did you remember the number?
No.
Did you have it stored in your phone?
No.
Did she provide you his phone number to call?
Well, it was in my phone. I could just look it up on my phone. I didn't write it down. I didn't enter his name. Either she gave it to me again, or I just looked it up from 2 days prior.
But you don't recall, as you see here today, which it was, do you?
No.
And you didn't write a report about that interaction, did you?
I did not.
So in the second phone call, you were able to actually hear that she was talking with Patrick on the other end, right?
Yes.
And at that time, when you were now second time meeting with her and having this phone call, were you aware that she had already changed her healthcare proxy from Patrick to her parents?
I did not know that.
Did you talk to Patrick in between the 4th and the 6th to find out if he had tried to come in to visit her?
I didn't speak to him at all, so I knew nothing about what his plans or intentions were.
Your testimony yesterday was that she had called him to tell him that she loved him and to see where they were at, right?
Yes.
That was your testimony? Meaning what, their relationship?
That I made no interpretation of what that meant. She left the message, and we left it at that.
But in that subsequent conversation that you were a witness to where they were speaking on the phone and she told them about these voices or explained about the voices, did she ask about the kids?
She did not, as I recall.
Now, in all of the times over the course of the last few years that you've met with Ms. Clancy, how many times has she told you since the incident that she's heard a voice? Currently?
She has not heard voices since the event took place in 2023.
And you've now testified that over the course of a period of time that she did hear voices, right?
Yes.
And is that based on one of these 35 hours worth of conversations you had with her? How do you know that?
Well, they were collateral contacts. I spoke to other people who I asked the nature of their interactions with Ms. Clancy, and it was not a fishing expedition. I asked them if they can tell me what happened.
Well, I'm asking
but they disclosed, pardon me.
You have to let them finish.
So they disclosed information to me that Ms. Clancy shared that information with them.
So who did she tell that she had a voice that told her to kill herself?
She spoke to a chaplain named Sheila Kavanaugh, who I spoke with, and Chaplain Kavanaugh told me that Ms. Clancy told her that she heard a male voice instructing her to first kill her children and then to kill herself.
So the same message that she delivered to Patrick that day on the phone, you heard from a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital after the incident occurred in January of 2023?
Yes.
And so from all of the records that you reviewed of her treatment and all of the interviews with her family, who did she tell that she heard voices telling her to kill herself?
I believe she told family members
Which family members?
I believe she may have said that to her mother. She, I believe, told her husband that she felt like killing herself as well.
In the records with the providers, you're aware, you've reviewed them all and you've sat through all of their testimony. You're aware that when she described intrusive thoughts, she never referred to them as a voice telling her to kill herself, did they? Did she?
No, she was referring to...
It's just a yes or no?
No.
So as far as her reports of these intrusive thoughts that appear over and over in the notes, you would agree that it was simply, when asked about what they were, it was simply that she felt like she wanted to die, right?
Yes, and...
It's just a yes or no?
Yes.
This is a big issue. This is an enormous issue. This could be a make it or break it for prosecutors. It seems from the tone of her voice that the prosecutor is very skeptical about these voices, whether or not they actually existed beforehand or were sort of made up afterwards as a defense to the crime. This is an issue that the jury ultimately is going to have to figure out. Was she hearing voices? Or is she talking about hearing voices because she knows she's in trouble for killing her 3 children? Dr. Zeisel was hired by the defense as a forensic expert. Now, that's different than a treating psychiatrist or psychologist. This is someone who comes in to evaluate and come to a conclusion as to the state of mind of the defendant at the time of the alleged crimes. That's the most important. What was going on at the time of the alleged crimes? What was she going through? Could she form that mental state that is necessary under the law to be convicted of a crime? Or is this someone who should be found not criminally responsible? This is where he gets into his analysis and his opinion as an expert. So, without any further ado, let's go in. We're going to take a look at Kevin Reddington getting to that point of the examination of his expert, and then we'll see the response from the prosecutor. Let's take a look.
Would you agree, sir, that the symptoms of postpartum psychosis would be depression? Is that one?
Yes.
Did Lindsay, to your opinion, have depression?
Yes.
And were there indications from your review of the medical records that she felt low, flat, tearful, emotional, crying?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express anxiety, feeling tense, nervousness?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express feelings that she was withdrawn, not able to socialize with people, wanting to talk or be near others?
All of those things as well, yes.
She indicate that she felt tired, heavy, without energy?
Absolutely, yes.
Did she indicate that she was having a harder time taking care of her children?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was having issues regarding personal hygiene, not bathing, things of that nature?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she had severe confusion in actually hearing or seeing things that aren't there? In her case, it would not be seeing, that would be visual hallucinations. But did she complain of hearing things that weren't there, hallucinations?
Yes.
Did she complain of thoughts and beliefs that were not within reality and that she was in a disassociated state, out of reality?
Yes.
Did she indicate that, did you observe that there were circumstances where she exhibited increased energy, activity, productivity, otherwise known as hypomania?
Yes.
Did she complain that she had racing thoughts, a, quote, busy brain, end quote, increased creativity?
Yes.
And when she said in your review of the medical records that she was having a busy brain, did she express the fact that she would get confused and that she thought her brain was damaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was she restless and agitated, unable to keep still?
Yes.
Unable to sleep?
Yes, extremely unable to sleep.
So can you tell this jury, sir, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based upon all of what you have reviewed, all of what we have talked about, all of what you have considered as to whether or not at the time of this incident resulting in the killing of these 3 little kids that she was suffering from a mental disease or defect such as that she lost substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her act, or in the disjunctive was unable to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Yes.
Tell the jury what your opinion is, please.
My opinion is that she did have indeed a mental disease or defect. That's a legal construct, not a DSM-5 one, but she had bipolar disorder with postpartum psychoses. In addition, she was unable to conform her behaviors to the rule of law, and she had no appreciation for the wrongfulness of her act.
Well, you testified today that a person in a psychotic state can do things they've done before, but it might be hard for them to do new tasks, right?
Yes.
So if it's something that is part of their daily life, getting up, caring for the kids, feeding, making a meal, driving a car, those are things that people do every day and a lot of times don't even have to think about, right?
Yes, no thinking necessary. It's a
but you're
response, automatic response.
You're aware that on this particular day of this incident, on January 24th of 2023, that the defendant took Cora to the doctors, right?
Yes.
And you indicated in your testimony today that it was for a regular checkup, but in your report you identified that it was for a stomach ache, right?
Yes, she had a stomach ache.
But in addition to maybe her having a stomach ache, she had previously had this visit scheduled, and you're aware of that now, correct?
Yes.
And at the doctor, there was a recommendation made for an over-the-counter medication, right?
Yes.
And the defendant was able to process that information, take it back with her, and then later, not immediately after the visit, but later in the day, search for where to get that medication, right?
Psychosis doesn't lower your intellectual functioning, so you can do all those things. So
well, that wasn't my question. My question was, did she do those things?
Yes, I said that's correct.
Okay. And would you've talked a lot about that a person can operate as normally as they can, but fair to say, if you're in a psychotic state, that person themselves has a significant amount of distress, right?
Yes.
And that in order to mask those symptoms, it requires an enormous amount of control, does it not?
It depends on the level and the extremism of the psychotic processing. So some people will hear voices that are nominal, they whisper. Some people hear voices that are yelling and screaming. So it's on a range, it's a continuum. So the more upsetting, more powerful, demanding the voice, the more difficult it might be to resist it and do other things. The less, the easier it is.
In all of the time between September of 2022 and January 23rd of 2023, at any point in which the defendant heard these voices about harming herself, she didn't act on them then, did she?
That's correct, yes. She did not act on those. She sought help instead.
And I think this is something that the jury may have an issue with, right? Which is understanding how someone could be in this psychotic state at one point and seek help and let people know, yet in a psychotic state at another point, say nothing and plot and plan the killing of your children. Why at one time is she seeking help and at another time not seeking help? And I think for both sides, there needs to be some level of explanation here. And I'm sure there will be in the closing arguments. But this is a point where I think some clarity is needed in this case for this jury to fully understand the nuance that is being discussed in this case. someone who has psychoses, but at one point can control it, but at another point can no longer control it. And that may make the difference in the case. The next thing I want to show you, really interesting, and I think it depends upon your perspective in this case and how you will interpret it all. But the prosecutor, while having Dr. Zeisel on the stand, starts going through the records of Lindsay, and this is all after the killings, and how Lindsay is acting and her mood and what she is doing on the days of her dead children's birthdays, and on the, I guess you would call it, anniversary day of when she actually killed them. Fascinating to see the prosecutor bring this up, but I think the interpretation of it will be shaded by how you see this case and how you see this prosecutor and this defendant. So let's go in and take a listen to this back and forth, and then you'll hear the redirect by Kevin Reddington. But all of this is really fascinating because we're not talking about her mood before or at the time of the killings. We're talking about what she's been doing since. Let's take a look.
Were you aware that on May 26, 2023, that the defendant was observed by staff in a note stating that she was visible along the unit hallways, self-propelling her wheelchair with her one-to-one staff, that she had a visit with her mother who brought dinner for her, they ate and played games during the visit? Are you aware of that?
On May 26th.
May 26th of 2023.
May 23. So 3 years ago and a few months? I don't know that. I don't remember.
That would have been approximately 4 months after the incident and on the date of Callan's first birthday, right?
Yes, but you asked if I remember that event, and I don't.
You don't, or you do?
I don't remember that she was seen with her mother on that day who brought food, and she was seen using a wheelchair to travel down the hallway at the hospital. I don't remember.
If I tell you that was read from page 176 of the Tewksbury Hospital records, would you agree with that?
I would not doubt that.
And on December 24th of 2023, were you aware that the defendant was observed at Tewksbury, monitored on one-to-one for safety, that she accepted medication, meals, and snacks. She spent time in the TV room or sitting outside her room, utilizing phone, and visited with family. Do you recall that, reading that note on page 613 of the Tewksbury records?
Of 2023?
Yes.
Honestly, I don't.
And that would have been Cora's birthday.
Okay.
But would you agree with me that if I read that from page 613 in the records, that would be within that 7,001 page of the record?
I would not doubt that.
How about on January 24th, 2024, where she's observed in a note from Tewksbury State Hospital on page 674, saying, where the note reads, patient was visible in the milieu, engageable with both staff and select peers. Patient accepted select medications as her baseline, that she was pleasant during interactions, self-propelling in wheelchair in the halls, spending much of the morning and early afternoon in her room and hall on her electronics. Do you recall reading that record?
Not specifically.
And January 24th, 2024 would have been the year anniversary of the incident, correct?
Yes.
But if I read from page 674, you would agree with me that that's part of the Tewksbury record?
Yes, I believe it's part of the record.
And on May 26th of 2024, from page 922 of the Tewksbury record, patient monitored one-to-one for safety. She's been monitored for high suicide risks, accepted medication, says BFK and snacks. She spent some time in the TV room or sitting outside her room utilizing phone. Would you agree that that's a fair reading of page 922?
I have no reason to doubt that.
Okay. And that she's also observed on that same day Visible on the unit while utilizing her phone outside her room, was able to make her needs known appropriately. Patient was observed playing dominoes with peers in the TV room. That was later in the day on May 26, 2024, which would have been Callan's second birthday.
I would believe that that record's probably accurate. I don't remember looking at that record specifically.
In your opinion, you've been in a lot of mental institutions and facilities in the Commonwealth and out of the state, correct?
Yes.
Is it your understanding to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the fact that a woman who is paralyzed is propelling herself down the hall from one room to another is indicative of anything?
Not at all.
How about the fact that her mother and father, who have been with her for 3 years and practically missed not one day of sitting with her and bringing her dinner or lunch, is that something that would be indicative of undercutting the fact that the woman was suffering from mental disease or defect?
That's indicative of love. And
how about the fact that she's talking to other inmates or people that are patients? And in your review of the records, would you tell us your opinion as to her level and degree of popularity, bluntly, in that particular ward?
She is extremely well regarded and well liked on that unit by everyone.
Overruled.
How about in reviewing the records, I didn't hear that she's laughing and partying and having a good time while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Did you see anything like that?
No. Lindsay Clancy has bad days and worse days.
And when you speak with her and meet with her, doctor, has she ever mentioned her children? Because apparently, according to the questioning that you underwent, she never talks about her kids.
She does speak about her children.
What does she say?
She really loves them and misses them and thinks of them every single day, almost every moment of the day.
So that exchange and this testimony, I mean, I think on the one hand, if you already are in the camp of Lindsay Clancy is a murderer, anyone who kills children needs to be sent away, you would see some of her behavior on those days, not acknowledging it or noting or demonstrating some level of depression or sadness, would look at her as cold-hearted, not giving it a thought. And then those who see Lindsay Clancy as some sort of a victim here of the system, of the health system, over-medication, et cetera, not understanding what she was going through, would see what we just saw as a cheap shot by prosecutors. So that particular moment, I don't think proves one thing or the other, but I think it's going to inflame either side of this case, depending upon where you are right now. So why exactly do prosecutors believe that Lindsay Clancy is guilty of a crime here and it wasn't the mental illness? I think a big part of it is something that we heard during the arraignment, where the prosecutor was describing how each child was killed and how the killer, Lindsay Clancy, had to have those exercise bands in her hand and hold them and strangle each child one at a time over the course of 3 to 4 to 5 minutes to take their lives. That's, I believe, the reason prosecutors are so adamant that it wasn't mental illness. This is something that she wanted to do, and it took time, and she had time to reflect throughout this process of systematically killing each child. So this now has become an issue in the courtroom in front of this jury. I want you to take a listen to the testimony of Dr. Elizabeth Lopesada, forensic pathologist, an expert hired by the defense. She's a defense witness talking about what it would take to kill these children with one of those exercise bands. Let's take a look.
One other question. On the ligature, doctor, and we discussed this, is the ligature, does that require a person to stand over the body and continuously apply pressure to the ligature, or walk away leaving the ligature?
No, in this case, these were elastic round loops, like that were put around, somewhat tightly, pinching the skin. You could see little lines where the skin was pinched, and it just stays there. So it's a immediate compression of those jugular veins, staying there, and then death occurs minutes later.
Thank you.
Doctor, did you see these exercise bands?
Yes.
And you know that they're one long line with a handle on each end, correct?
Right, and they're round. They're a cylinder.
Right.
They're not like a flat band.
And you know they were wrapped around each child's neck and pulled to strangle them, correct?
Well, they were wrapped several times, firmly enough around the neck to close off the jugular veins.
And you're not aware, there's been no testimony, no evidence, nothing showing that they were knotted and left there, correct?
Uh-oh.
They weren't tied in a knot and left around their necks, according to any of the evidence, correct?
The important part to me was they were wrapped several times, and then whether it had a bow or not would not really be important. It was secure and wrapped around the neck several times.
So this is a big issue. Was she there holding it the whole time, or could she have wrapped that athletic band around the neck of each child and then secured it and then left the child to go to the next one? I said this is a big issue for prosecutors. I believe this is one of the reasons why they are so adamant in prosecuting Lindsay Clancy for murder in this case. So Patrick Clancy is the one who actually saw how the exercise bands were tied around the neck of each of his children, because he's the one that took them off. So let's take a listen to his testimony, what he said he found.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. I think we all understand what he's saying here. That initial part of tying your shoes. So let me frame the question here. And the issue for this jury is, okay, does Lindsay Clancy have to be there the entire time, or can she go from child to child to child? Prosecutors are arguing that she's got to stay there with each child because it's not tied in a knot. That the only way that you can continue to apply that pressure is if it's tied in a knot. Okay, I'm going to demonstrate this for you right now. Okay, I don't want to offend anyone, but this is such an important issue. It needs to be demonstrated. I have an exercise band that is the same kind that's being described. It's cylindrical. And can the pressure stay applied without tying it in a knot? So the way it was described, that it's first wrapped around, and it might be more than this. I'm just wrapping it around once. And from there, you can make it as tight or as loose as you want. I'm not making it too tight, but I'm making it to a certain amount of pressure so I can feel it. So I can see if the pressure remains when then you just do the first initial part of the tying like this. It actually just got tighter. It just got tighter. It's not comfortable. It's staying. You do not have to tie this in a knot for the pressure to remain. I think this is a losing issue for prosecutors. But I don't know if the jury's going to, what the jury's going to believe. I think the jury would have to do it themselves, and they're not supposed to do that. But if you wrap this around whatever pressure it is, and then do this little bow, or just this first part of tying a shoe, and you leave it, the pressure actually increases. It actually increases. So you can make it really tight, do this, make it tight, and trust me, it's not going to come loose on its own. And that was what was described. I mean, from my perspective, I don't think, and it may not make her not guilty or not criminally responsible, but I don't think she has to be there holding the exercise band the entire time. The question is, ultimately, what will the jury think? And will that make a difference in the way they see this case? That's it for now. I'm Vinnie Politan. Thank you so much for watching. Until next time, please don't forget to hug the kids.
I answer this in the context of the purpose of the NMPI and what the NMPI is designed.
What are you smiling for? This is not funny, sir.
Sustained.
Next
question.
Things are getting much more intense inside the courtroom in Plymouth, Massachusetts, as the attorney for Lindsay Clancy cross-examines the prosecution's expert who says Lindsay's mental illness did not compel her to kill her 3 children. The case is wrapping up, but this testimony is the key to the case. Lindsay Clancy's state of mind. It's a battle of the experts, trying to give the jury insight into the mind of admitted child killer Lindsay Clancy. Did she understand what she was doing was wrong? Was she able to control her actions?
My opinion is that she retained the capacity that required for having criminal responsibility for these actions.
Where in here does it say that you ever came within breathing distance of a pregnant woman and your practice and your interest in your writings?
Prosecutors need the jury to believe and trust their experts beyond a reasonable doubt. So the question is, can they meet their burden? Will the jury hold Lindsay Clancy responsible for strangling her 3 children to death? The tension inside that courtroom at an all-time high. Kevin Reddington, the attorney for Lindsay Clancy, showing his absolute disdain for the prosecution's expert. This is crucial testimony on the most crucial issue. Can prosecutors prove their case? I'm Vinnie Politan. Let's investigate. No matter what you've been seeing on the World Wide Web, on the internet, on social media, etc., this trial that we're watching of Lindsay Clancy is not a whodunit. It's not. That's not what they're deciding inside the courtroom. The issue is criminal responsibility. Does she have criminal responsibility, Lindsay Clancy, for killing her 3 children? And one of the ways that the jury will decide this is based upon the facts that they see and they hear, but also the help that they're getting from the expert witnesses in the case from both sides, which has turned this into, on this ultimate issue, a battle of the experts. You have Dr. Avram Mack for the prosecution, Dr. Philip Resnick for the defense, talking about whether or not she's criminally responsible based upon their analysis of what was going on with Lindsay Clancy. The difference, though, in this battle of the experts, because we are in Massachusetts, is that the prosecutor carries the burden. So you don't only have to win this battle of the experts, you've got to win it beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not easy. That is not easy. In a case where there is an absolute agreement on both sides that she's suffering from mental illness. If this was a case of she never went to a doctor before, she had never been diagnosed before, never treated before, okay, it's a burden for prosecutors, but it's one that would be much easier to overcome because all of a sudden the mental illness doesn't show up until it's time to defend yourself on a murder case. That's not this trial. That's not this case. That's not Lindsay Clancy. So this issue comes down to why did she do it, right? And here it's the larger question of why did she do it? Did she do it because she wanted to do it, or did she do it because she could not stop herself from doing it? That's really where we are in this case. Because if she can't stop herself from doing it because of the mental illness, then it's a not guilty, not criminally responsible. But if she wanted to do it and she did it of her own free will, then she's guilty. But again, I go back to that burden. You've got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was doing it based on her own free will. not that she could not overcome the mental illness that compelled her to do it. So you've got this battle of the experts taking place, and the difference here is the defense put their expert on first, and now we're in the rebuttal case, and now prosecutors are putting their expert up there. And we've watched throughout the course of this case the sort of the temperature in the courtroom. Well, that temperature has risen a lot because this is the big issue. This is the ultimate issue. And what we've seen from Lindsay Clancy's attorney, Kevin Reddington, is that he is on the attack going after the prosecution experts. He's not holding back. This is the part of the trial where he's not holding back one bit, where he is all in, demonstrating a sense of disdain for what these experts are saying. Because if the jury believes the prosecution experts, Lindsay Clancy gets convicted. This is the big issue. So I want to focus on that prosecution expert, Dr. Avram Mack. And I want to start here first, and I'll just show you the opinion, his ultimate opinion in the case. And this obviously is from his direct examination. Take a look.
Dr. Mack, based on your review of this case, were you able to come to an opinion to a degree of medical certainty about whether this defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
That, yes, she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, namely major depressive episode as a part of major depressive disorder.
And as far as the substantial capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or criminality of conduct, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about that?
Yes.
And what's your opinion regarding that?
That she had retained that capacity.
So again, as far as your overall evaluation of this defendant, Lindsay Clancy, regarding the events of January 24th, 2023, what ultimately is your opinion to a degree of medical certainty regarding criminal responsibility?
My opinion is that she retained the capacity that required for having criminal responsibility for these actions.
Okay, that's the bottom line opinion based upon hours of testimony, right? And analysis, etc. But that's his opinion. If the jury believes that, Lindsay Clancy gets convicted. If they believe that beyond a reasonable doubt, which is why the cross-examination is so important to the defense and why we're seeing Kevin Reddington kicking it up a notch. So let's take you back inside the courtroom and see Kevin Reddington in action and see if he does enough to undermine this expert's credibility and this expert's opinion. Let's watch.
So you're in a mental institution investigating or questioning a woman who's on medication, who is there because she's suicidal and under one-on-one 24/7 observation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you get the history from her?
Yes.
So did you talk to any collateral contacts?
No.
So how is it that you can tell this jury what her life story is? Did you get it from her?
I got it from her to the extent that, I'm sorry,
What did she tell you?
Can you say your?
Never mind looking at the judge. What did she tell you about the education?
Wait, listen. You look over there and listen to the question and answer the question.
Can we hold it there for just 1 second? This is such an important moment because this has happened more than once, and this is not good for prosecutors. This is their expert. Like, this is the guy. They want this jury to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. And you've got the judge in that tone of voice telling the expert, like this is an expert, just answer the question like he's doing something wrong. That's bad. That's as damaging as the cross-examination. Let's continue to watch.
Well,
Can you say the question,
let him
please?
answer the question.
What did she tell you about? I'm sorry.
Ask the question.
What did she
Answer
tell
the
you?
question, and we'll go from there.
What did she tell you about her education?
She described her education in terms of being a hard worker through high school and college and then going to nursing school.
Okay.
The first communication about the case was in, as I said a few minutes ago, in late 2024.
And do you recall the circumstances of that communication? DA call you, a letter, what?
No, I was contacted through a retention firm called Park Dietz and Associates.
Dietz?
Mm-hmm.
Park, he's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
It sounds like you know him.
I do know him. And actually, Park Dietz is a rather famous psychiatrist, is he not?
Yes.
He's testified in many cases, correct?
Yes, but
overrule.
I said Park Dietz and Associates. I didn't say Park Dietz himself.
Okay, well, you know Park Dietz, I imagine, right?
I do.
Yeah. And you know that he's the guy that testified in the case and cited a Law and Order episode that didn't exist at the time he gave his opinion.
Sustained.
So is he still active?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is he a psychiatrist now?
Yes, he's a psychiatrist.
And on your letterhead, it says Park Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z, and Associates, forensic experts, right?
I can't see what you're looking at, but that's what their letterhead basically says.
Math, right?
I am.
Okay, and this is your curriculum vitae, right?
Yes.
And in big letters up above, it says Park Dietz and Associates, right?
Yes.
Okay, but nevertheless, your focus and your interest is on adolescents that like to smoke weed and drink, right?
No.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that you were interested in the American Psychiatric Press textbook you wrote for substance abuse treatment, right?
Yes.
All right. And think like a psychiatrist, but always a doctor, be a doctor, web drugstore, perils, drugs, alcohol, bloodstream infections in children's hospital, focusing on that, right? Where in here does it say that you ever came within breathing distance of a pregnant woman and your practice and your interest in your writings?
So I remember being at the Brigham as a resident and
how long ago
going
was that?
to, how long ago was that?
Yeah, give us a year.
Well, you asked me when.
Yeah,
So
that's when. When?
That was the memory I have for that particular situation was 2001.
2001, so 25 years ago. So with your wealth of knowledge on women that are pregnant and suffering from postpartum psychosis, do you know whether or not Lindsay was ever diagnosed with postpartum depression?
I believe that the various notes from the clinicians over the year of 2022 to 2023 utilized the term unspecified mood disorder.
Right. How about postpartum depression?
I don't think that appellation was used.
Okay. So was she ever administered EPDS?
You mean the Edinburgh?
Yeah, was she ever administered that?
I don't know if she was or wasn't. I don't remember.
Isn't that something you're in here testifying about this case? Wouldn't that be important to know that she was almost off the chart on the Edinburgh scale for postnatal depression?
Well, I have said that she had depression.
Well, postnatal depression for a woman who's pregnant or had a baby recently is a heck of a lot different than some guy who's just depressed about his job, right?
I don't understand your question.
Well, do you know what her readings were on the Edinburgh test?
Not to my memory at the moment, no.
Why not? You read the medical records, didn't you?
I mean, if you would like to show me, I'd be
I don't
happy
want to show
review
you
it.
anything. I'm asking you as a testifying witness for this jury, did you look at her medical records?
I did.
And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but when can I finish? Can I finish? Can I?
I'm not going to finish. 2022, obviously, because we already talked about the summer, she was fine. When did she see Tufts?
She started to see Dr. Tufts in 2022.
When?
I believe it was, well, she went to Dr. Tufts in September, and it was in October that she started taking the medication that Dr. Tufts had prescribed.
Okay, and that was for what?
You mean which medication, or what was the purpose?
Medication.
Sertraline.
And otherwise known as?
Zoloft.
And she took it after a while, is that correct? Is that what you said?
A few weeks, yes.
And the reason she didn't take it was what?
Over time, Ms. Clancy has avoided taking medications.
She's what?
Avoided taking medications.
Says who?
The description she gave me.
She told you that?
My awareness from my evaluation is that she resists taking medications. And for example,
No. Tell me what you mean by she resists taking medications.
there are individuals in this world who do not want to take medications, and I think she described that she is one of them.
So you know she saw Dr. Tufts because she apparently was anxious, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, other than having anxiety about public speaking as a nurse in nursing school, and after she had one of her children, she didn't have any psychiatric history of medications, right?
She had not taken medications, but she had had a lifelong degree of anxiety. It hadn't been at the level of disorder, but she had
Lifelong?
Yes.
Okay, how about in grammar school, high school, college? Did she have difficulty that she was anxious?
So what I was saying is that anxiety can drive people, but she had a lot of anxiety and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking. But when it comes to medications...
Hold on. Mr. Reddington, go ahead. Doctor, finish the question.
But when it comes to medications, she described that she didn't want to take medications. And an example was the time that after the birth of her second child, that sertraline had been prescribed, but she chose to get through her anxiety and depression by exercising. And that is something that people do. But it also highlights that in this case, she didn't want to be taking medications. And I think that we also understand that in the fall of 2022...
All right. At this point, I'm going to stop. Next question.
My question was, you said that she had a lifelong resistance to taking medication. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Then I asked you, grammar school, high school, college, did she have any records, any witnesses, any documents that she had a resistance to taking medication?
Only her description to me.
She didn't tell you that she was resistant to medication in grammar school and high school and college? What are you, making this up?
Objection.
Yeah, sustain. Next question.
She didn't tell you that.
I understand her to have told me that generally she did not want to be taking medications. She didn't necessarily specify in grammar school, but that is her basic... Yes, I think that her description was as an adolescent and as a young adult, she was not interested in taking medications.
You really have that written down somewhere?
I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I believe that that's what I understand it to be.
You believe that's what it is? You don't know whether you have it written down somewhere, right?
Can I refer to my report?
Read the whole report. I don't care. Because it's not there.
Well, on page 8, what I had written was, Ms. Clancy's reluctance to take medication generally was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her breast milk. So the general...
Breast milk, she's pregnant. Come on. That's the only time that she indicates that she did not want to take, except for benzos, medication because she was breastfeeding, right?
I don't agree. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but my understanding is that she described that she generally did not want to take medication,
Right.
benzodiazepines included.
Let's not guess, all right? Let's look at Dr. Mack's report, okay? Medication history. During the period before January 24, 23, she was taking several medications, and that would be Tufts and Gelada and all the rest of them, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
I didn't exactly hear your question. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
You said in your report, defendant was taking several medications that had been prescribed for her, right?
In the fall and December of 2022, yes.
So it's real easy. It's Tufts and Gelada that were prescribing these meds, right?
They were among the prescribers, yes.
All right. And her reluctance to take medication was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her what?
I believe it says breast milk.
Breast milk. Okay. So other than her concerns as a mother about her breast milk and having these drugs get into an infant's body, when else did she tell you that she was resistant, as you just told this jury, to taking medication? Like she's somebody who doesn't want to take the medication, doesn't care to take the medication. Where is it?
Overall.
Well, I didn't say that she didn't care.
Okay, how about if she was resistant?
My recollection, and I'm happy to, if you would like me to spend time finding it.
Prove you're wrong, I know.
What?
Prove you're wrong. It's not in your report, though, is it?
Okay.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
Wow. It's not just what he's saying, it's the overall tone. Treating this expert like he's not credible, like he's a liar, like he is the villain in the courtroom. This is the real villain right now, folks. I mean, he is not holding back one bit in this case because he knows how important this witness is. And he does not want the jury to believe anything that this guy is saying. And the question is, will the jury look at this like a witness who's being beaten up unfairly or someone whose credibility is being fairly questioned? Dr. Avram Mack was sort of saved by the bell on Friday, and they ended the cross-examination, but it was continued today. And he did not make it back to Plymouth, so he's on Zoom being cross-examined. And I don't think that's an advantage for the witness. I think it's even more of a disadvantage because there's more of a disconnect now between this expert, who the jury, again, needs to believe and trust in this case. It's lost. It gets lost in this translation. Let's watch more of this devastating cross-examination.
So after you completed your evaluation, you came to a conclusion that, in fact, Lindsay was suffering from a major mental disease or defect, to wit, bipolar 2. Is that correct?
No.
No. So why don't we look at your report and you tell me what your ultimate opinion was of your diagnosis of Lindsay after evaluating her, sir.
I think I said this the other day that my
Why don't you say it again, sir?
Was, yes, I'm happy to. My opinion was that, and is, that she suffered from a major depressive episode, and that was a part of major depressive disorder.
You're aware that she has been at Tewksbury under a particular diagnosis of a mental disease or defect, right?
Yes.
What is that?
I believe it's adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder. Is it not your understanding, sir, that she's suffering, according to diagnosis, bipolar disorder?
I think well, you'd have to show me where you're referring to.
So did you have a chance to review Dr. Helbrin's report?
I did.
And do you know what Dr. Helbrin's opinion was of the diagnosis?
In terms of
diagnosis.
Yes.
What was it?
I think he made a diagnosis of bipolar type 2.
So you have nurse practitioner Gelada, who, as a treating practitioner, indicates that the diagnosis possibly is bipolar disorder, correct?
I don't know that she used those terms, but I know that she was concerned about the possibility.
And you know, because you've obviously read and incorporated into your report Dr. Resnick's opinion, correct?
Correct.
And what is Dr. Resnick's opinion, sir, to your understanding?
In terms of the diagnosis?
Yeah.
Bipolar type 2.
Okay. How about Dr. Zeisel? You also had access to and incorporated into his report, your report, his diagnosis. What was that?
Now, offhand, I don't remember what his diagnosis was.
How about Meg Spinelli? Did you have a chance to review her report and incorporate that into your report?
I reviewed her report.
Do you know what her diagnosis was, sir?
I believe it was bipolar type 1.
Right. So with all of the various healthcare providers that have an opinion of bipolar type 1, would you agree that that is a very strong indicator that a person could very well be suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm confused by your question because that last piece is not necessarily inconsistent with the diagnosis of major depressive episode.
I'm asking you, sir, about
what I discussed the other day was when that specifier is able to be used, that would be a diagnostic question.
You recall saying that a person can be postpartum and it has to be within 4 weeks. Do you recall saying that Friday?
What I would have intended to say...
No.
I believe
what did you say to the... Come on. What did you say to the jury last Friday?
Doctor, please listen to the question and just answer the question as asked, okay? And then if the Commonwealth has any redirect, they can follow up with their questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you recall saying that the person has to be postpartum within 4 weeks, according to the DSM? Recall saying that?
To meet that specifier, yes.
Right. Well, do you understand, sir, that every woman that has a baby for the rest of their life is postpartum? Because postpartum, quite frankly, means having a baby, right?
Sure.
So,
but that wouldn't be the specifier of with postpartum onset.
Yeah, but you can't. Postpartum is not a disease, doctor. Postpartum.
Right. It's an appellation that is defined in terms of 4 weeks.
Okay. According to you, right? You understand that World Health Organization is different, right?
If you're talking about the ICD,
what is that time frame, sir?
I'm not sure what it is. I think you said it was 12 weeks.
How about the proposal to amend the DSM-5 text revision, or TR? What's the proposal for that?
Well, there's a proposal specifically around the proposed diagnosis called postpartum psychosis, and for that, it's a 6-week period.
So you've got 4 weeks, you got 6 weeks, you got 12 weeks. Would you agree, sir, that postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis can occur up to a year or even a year or longer?
I don't know, but I am telling you what the DSM says in terms of how to diagnose it and how to code it.
Okay. You would agree, sir, that she is at Tewksbury with a diagnosis of bipolar, right?
That may be among her diagnoses.
Okay. And she's on medication, right?
Yes.
And she hasn't had, over the past 3.5 years, any problems with sleep, anxiety, depression, symptomology of the same while she's been medicated at Tewksbury, right?
She has not demonstrated any signs of mania.
And she hasn't demonstrated any signs of anxiety either, has she, while she's been on the medication, the right medication, right?
I note that she's complaining of anxiety. I'm not sure she's demonstrating signs of anxiety.
Other than the fact that she's paralyzed and has to be in a wheelchair, she's not exhibiting the inability to bathe, the inability to emote, to have feelings, to talk to people. She's able to communicate with people, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the postpartum depression, sir, which invariably involves the EPDS, which you don't use, consists of 1 to 10 symptoms, and she hits every one in the medical records that you reviewed. Is that correct?
First of all, I'm not sure what you're... Well, I can't answer the question as you've asked it. I'll put it...
Let's talk about postpartum psychosis, because that is something that can follow postpartum depression. Is that right?
You're using terms that make it that I can't answer your question.
A postpartum psychosis you can't answer? You know what that is, don't you?
Are you referring to the proposed diagnosis that we referred to earlier?
I'm referring to the fact that this young lady was suffering from postpartum psychosis when she killed her kids. Do you know what postpartum psychosis means?
So there is a observation that a person may have psychosis, or there is the proposed diagnosis that we referred to the other day.
let's do this. Symptoms of postpartum psychosis. Number one, hearing voices. Would you agree, sir, that hearing voices is indicative of having a symptom of postpartum psychosis?
You're referring to a condition or an illness called postpartum psychosis, and I don't know that I can answer questions as a psychiatrist based on that.
Would you agree, sir, that when a person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, you understand that term, do you not?
When we elicit,
do you understand the term postpartum psychosis? It's real easy. Do you understand that term?
It's actually not easy.
And this is where the conflict is. This expert interpretation of postpartum psychosis, according to the DSM-5, which is the Bible, the guiding, gives all the guiding principles for these types of diagnoses, doesn't acknowledge it the way Kevin Reddington is describing it to him. The problem is all that gets lost in the sauce. Absolutely lost in the sauce. The jury's looking at this saying, this guy's not even acknowledging that this postpartum psychosis exists and is parsing words. So it's not going to help the prosecution. Even if he's right, even if he's 1,000% right in this back and forth with Reddington, it's not going to help them in this case, in this particular situation. So there was an interesting moment in the cross-examination that we've seen so far, where it seems to have come out that she's doing well at Tewksbury, that she hasn't had any problems. You know, she's taking whatever medications she's taking, and she's not having any voices or anything else, which tells me if in fact she's found not criminally responsible, she may be released sooner rather than later, which is really interesting when you think about it, but not something for this jury to consider. All right, let's get back inside the courtroom. Dr. Avram Mack, this is the expert, one of the experts for prosecutors, who prosecutors need the jury to trust and to believe and to like. Let's watch some more.
And there are a number of tests that are administered to people when they are being evaluated for purposes of a criminal case such as this, right?
There is a number of different tests that test different aspects of an individual's psychiatric or psychologic or cognitive functioning.
Right. Like, for example, you want to determine, I would imagine, whether or not they're lying or exaggerating or minimizing their symptoms, right?
That's always an interest, yes.
And it's of interest because if a person is, in fact, masking or lying about their mind, trying to fake out an evaluating forensic psychiatrist or psychologist, when you say that's of interest, that's something that can be a test result that a jury could look at, right?
Well, I'm not sure if there's a test that specifically states a person is lying.
No. You ever heard of the MMPI?
I have.
Okay. You ever heard of the K-scale?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, the K-scale is among the internal validity scales of the MMPI. The MMPI is an assessment of the individual's personality.
Okay. So let's focus on the K-scale, sir. When you say that it's a, let me ask you again, what is your understanding of what the K-scale is seeking to find out?
I answer this in the context of the purpose of the MMPI and what the MMPI is designed.
What are you smiling for? This is not funny, sir.
Sustained. Next
Well,
question.
you know,
Next question.
MMPI, K-scale, focus. What does it mean, sir?
So the MMPI is an assessment of personality, and it is a set of questions that the individual responds to provide the test and to provide the user of the test to understand what is their personality like. The K-scale is a set of questions embedded in the MMPI that are designed to see whether or not the individual is exaggerating in their responses, generally speaking.
Okay. or lying, right? They call the K scale the lie scale, right?
Well, if you're simply referring to your own personality style, the issue is whether or not the answers are reliable or valid. It's not a matter of assessing if the person is lying on the MMPI.
Okay, so if somebody has been indicted by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for triple murder, and you are working for the DA, evaluating whether or not they are suffering from a mental disease or defect, would you agree with me, sir, that there may be a tendency for somebody to exaggerate their symptoms to try to paint a positive picture of themselves?
Overrule.
Not necessarily.
Well, how about a little bit necessarily?
I don't know that there's a relationship.
Okay. So you are aware, regardless, that when Lindsay took the test for Dr. Kirk Halbron, that there was no indication whatsoever of any malingering, exaggeration, or anything along those lines in that test. Would you agree with that?
If you're talking about the MMPI, correct.
That's what we've been talking about. Now, you, in your review of all of the records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean, you knew that one of the health care providers, which would be Gelada, was focusing on the possibility that Lindsay could have been suffering from bipolar 2. Is that right?
I am aware that that was on her mind, that that was something she was concerned about, yes.
And bipolar 2 is quite common, is it not, sir, as a precursor of a person who is suffering from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, right?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, well, how about, is it appropriate in Dr. Mack's opinion to give a person suffering from bipolar 2 or bipolar 1 an SSRI?
An individual, there is a need in one's practice, traditionally at least, that if an individual might be suffering from bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, to avoid using SSRI medications. However, that has been reduced in terms of our worry about that over time, but that was maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something that psychiatrists were more concerned about, but the concern has lessened over time.
It has. So in your opinion, sir, it's okay to give a woman who is coming to you for help, who's been diagnosed with a bipolar 2, it's okay to give her the SSRI, in your opinion. Is that what you're telling this jury?
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay. Tell me what you said.
I said the concern about the relationship between SSRIs and mania or bipolar disorder has lessened, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people's practices have changed.
And that's another part of the defense in this case is not just the underlying condition that she had, but also how it was being treated. And that's where you bring in the lack of diagnosis, the mistreatment, the over medication or the wrong medication, all playing a role in what resulted in the death of the 3 children. That's where the defense wants this jury to go. And there's a lot of momentum moving that way as we watch this cross-examination. Dr. Mack, not the only expert testifying for prosecutors. There's a second expert, Dr. Kirk Halbron, psychologist, not a psychiatrist, so his role is slightly different. But what is really significant here is that Dr. Mack said no to bipolar 2. As you listen to this prosecution expert, Dr. Kirk Halbron, you'll see he disagrees with the other prosecution expert in the diagnosis of Lindsay Clancy and agrees with the defense experts to a certain extent. This is crucial. This could be devastating for prosecutors. Let's watch.
So here we have number 7, your diagnosis, bipolar 2 disorder. So was that your diagnosis of Ms. Clancy?
It was, and it was hard because of all the diagnoses in the records and all the symptoms that she experienced and so on. To make a diagnosis of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2 disorder, which is a kind of a less serious way of experiencing bipolar disorder, you have to have identifiable mood swings, and one is a period of depression, which she certainly had, but a period of depression, and that was something that made a big difference over a certain period of time in depressed symptoms and sadness and not having much or not having much motivation and things like that. But you also, for a bipolar diagnosis, need something where you have an identifiable period where the mood is much greater. It's much, one of the things that I might say is that one feels during a manic period sort of high, jumpy, decreased need for sleep, racing thoughts, sort of flight of ideas, thinking really fast, excessive appetites for different kinds of things, not getting tired, feeling important and powerful, and things like that. And I was having a hard time finding something that looked like it was a manic episode. There were times when she felt, as she described it after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world, she felt really close to them, her husband and her kids, and so on. But it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode so much as it looked like she was really feeling good and getting back into exercise and things like that. So it's one of those considerations where the thing that sort of gave me pause for a while in diagnosing a bipolar disorder is that I didn't see that manic episode. But what really convinced me is that she's been at Tewksbury now for more than 3.5 years. And the diagnosis of record at Tewksbury is bipolar disorder. And they are, as I read the records, very careful about what they prescribe and how much, and various other kinds of considerations. And one of the things that the records reflect is that when she was on some medication that's prescribed to help stabilize her mood, and it was discontinued for medical reasons, she had a kind of immediate response to that, which is to say, she noticed it, and that's a consideration as well. So I ended up with a diagnosis, making a diagnosis of bipolar 2 disorder, which is a slightly less, not slightly, it's a less severe form of bipolar disorder.
And doctor, why did you diagnose with bipolar 2 and not bipolar?
Because bipolar, as I said, is a more severe kind of diagnosis. It's more noticeable. And if you had a bipolar diagnosis, then I would want to see something that clearly and definitely looks like a manic episode. And I did not see any evidence of that before January 24th of 2023.
Time for a reality check. The reality check to this is, now you've got a prosecution expert saying she's bipolar 2, right? Which is what the defense experts are saying. Prosecutors don't just have to win this issue. It's got to be a knockout, like beyond a reasonable doubt. How do you get beyond a reasonable doubt if your argument is, yeah, she's bipolar, but that had nothing to do with why she killed her children? That's a tough argument to make. They're going to make it. They'll make the argument. They've been making it throughout. It's all about degree of mental illness. But there's a concession here from your own expert that, yes, she's suffering from bipolar. And you've got the testimony from the defense experts talking about the relationship of postpartum and bipolar, et cetera. There is so much here for the defense to work with that I don't know. I don't know if prosecutors can meet their burden and overcome this type of evidence. That's it for now. Thank you so much for watching. We'll continue to cover this story in this case, obviously. I'm Vinnie Politan. Until next time, please don't forget to hug the kids.
I don't remember who else she said it to, but she said it to Patrick.
Well, how can you come in here and testify about a young lady that is saying to people that she's having thoughts that are intrusive and dark and that she's worried that other people are reading her mind and know about it, and you don't even know who she said it to?
No, overruled.
After more than 4 weeks, the battle inside a Plymouth, Massachusetts courtroom is getting more and more intense. Every witness, every question, every piece of evidence contested. And the triple murder trial of Lindsay Clancy is getting ready to come to a conclusion. It's not a whodunit. Lindsay Clancy admits that she strangled her 3 young children to death, but she says she should not be held criminally responsible. What drove Lindsay to do it? She says she heard a voice commanding her, but prosecutors do not believe her.
This was psychosis with command hallucinations or suicide with altruistic filicide. Is your testimony that it's either or it's one or the other?
The evidence much more strongly, in my opinion, supported the second explanation, which was the serious suicide attempt accompanied by killing the children out of love.
This may be the most important contested fact. Did Lindsay Clancy really hear a voice inside of her head? And soon the jury will have to figure it out when they decide whether Lindsay Clancy is a cold-blooded killer mother or a mentally ill mom who had a psychotic break. There is so much at stake at this trial. Obviously, the future of Lindsay Clancy, where she ends up, whether it's institutionalized for some period of time or behind bars for the rest of her life. But there's also now a national debate about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, and the treatment of these illnesses for women. Everyone is watching this case. And the question for this jury, did she really hear that voice commanding her to kill her 3 children? But legally, that's actually not the question. The question is, can prosecutors prove that she didn't hear it? I'm Vinnie Politan. Let's investigate. As we get ready for the jury to get this case and make their decision, I mean, what a tough job they have. This is not an easy one. Not at all. There is so much gray area in this case, and I'm trying to analyze it, and it's difficult to parse through factually what would constitute enough evidence to not provide a reason for her to be convicted. Like it's not black and white, right? In a straight murder case, they did it, they didn't do it. It's black and white. But trying to determine what's going on in her mind and legally what would relieve her of criminal responsibility, it's not easy. And it's not easy for prosecutors here because they must disprove it. So it's not just that the defense is going to put forth this evidence, then the prosecution has to disprove everything that they are alleging when it comes to her lack of criminal responsibility. And ultimately, it comes down to, why were they killed? Why were these 3 children killed? Were they killed because their mother wanted them dead? Or were they killed because their mother was in some psychotic state and thought either that it was in their best interest to die, that she needed to kill them in their best interest, meaning she was doing something good when she was really doing something bad, or she couldn't control herself or keep herself from doing it because of the psychosis that she was under. And that's not easy. One of the big issues in this entire case will be that the voice, the alleged voice that she heard commanding her. If the jury believes that there's some voice commanding her to do that and she cannot resist the commands of this voice, then she's not criminally responsible. even if they believe it's just a reasonable explanation for what happened here. That's why this issue is so important for prosecutors. So important. I mean, if the jury believes that she's hearing an auditory hallucination of a voice, it's going to be difficult for them to say guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, because within the reasonable doubt lives that theory that she could not stop herself from listening to that auditory hallucination. So that's why the testimony of Dr. Kirk Heilbrunn is so important for prosecutors. And this is exactly one of the big issues he was talking about, which is why he does not believe that she actually heard auditory hallucinations, that perhaps she's lying about it. Let's take a listen.
And so there ended up being, in my mind, two possible explanations for why she did what she did. The first being the acute psychosis with command hallucinations, and the second being this was a serious suicide attempt, and she wanted the children to be with her so she wouldn't be separated from them, and so they wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone.
And after considering the evidence for acute psychosis, command hallucinations, did you then consider evidence against acute psychosis with command hallucinations?
I did, yes.
And what did you see?
One of the reasons, well, the first bullet point here is that the way she described this as happening is that she heard a voice that she'd never heard before, experienced an hallucination, and she's never experienced it since, but she only experienced it for the 18 minutes or so that it took to kill the children. And to put it mildly, that would be a very, very unusual pattern or manifestation of how this kind of thing comes about. Very unusual. I've been doing this kind of evaluation for many, many years, and I'm always very careful when someone tells me that they experienced a symptom only during the course of committing an offense. Then the next bullet was inconsistencies in her account. To me, when asked about this, she said the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And it just kept repeating that, and only that, for about 18 minutes, or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. Some research suggests that one consideration is whether the voices are internal or external, whether they're coming from your own thoughts or whether they're coming from outside of your head. And Ms. Clancy perceived this voice as external, which is more consistent with genuine hallucinations. However, command hallucinations are often, in about 88% of individuals reporting them by one count, accompanied by a related delusion. Ms. Clancy did not report any accompanied delusions. So thus far you've got 1 point for genuine and 1 point for possible exaggerated. Then there's frequency and control. Genuine psychotic hallucinations are more often intermittent than constant. They'll come and they'll go. You'll hear it, stop hearing it. You'll hear it again, stop hearing it, and this can extend over a period of time. Ms. Clancy, in this instance, reported that the voice was constant for 18 to 20 minutes, and then it stopped. It had not been experienced before, and it has not been experienced since. And she also did not report having any control over the voice or over her actions in response to the voice. Then the next item is content. So genuine hallucinations are often familiar, use both genders, and are clear rather than vague. Ms. Clancy described this voice as clear, but it was unfamiliar and it was a single male voice. So that was sort of mixed. I'm not counting it as one direction or another. And then finally, reaction and coping. Individuals who experience hallucinations like this often try to reduce their influence in different ways. Could be praying, could be listening to music. And while those who inaccurately report the experience of such hallucinations often do not describe coping mechanisms. And Ms. Clancy didn't report any attempt to stop the voice or distract herself from it or what have you. So there were about 3 points on which her account more closely resembled exaggerated or fabricated hallucinations. One where it looked more genuine and one that was kind of mixed.
And was there further evidence against acute psychosis?
Yes. I'm going to start with the question of thoughts or hallucinations. I've already said that I found the account of hallucinations to be, as she described it, it would be very, very unusual to experience it that way. Never having, not before, not since, constantly for 18 minutes. However, if this was a thought, an unwelcome, intrusive thought, but still a thought, that's basically this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, then that would be consistent with thoughts that she'd been experiencing for some time. She'd been having thoughts about harming herself, that she was, it was going to be very difficult for her to do this in a way that was that made sense. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting herself because her brain might have been damaged. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting the kids. She was experiencing all sorts of unwelcome thoughts. If that were the case on January 24th, if these were thoughts, then that would be consistent with what she'd been experiencing for months before. So that was something that made more sense to me, that rather than an auditory hallucination, it would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. The next bullet is her response to her husband's question, "What did you do?" And he said, his first question was, "What did you do?" And her response was, "I tried to kill myself." Now, I thought that if she had actually experienced this command hallucination, that she might have said something like, "I did what I had to do," or "I did what the voice said," or something like that. But no, she said, "I tried to kill myself." And this is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of this is a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt. And that's the way to understand it.
If you could describe for us the evidence that you saw for suicide combined with altruistic filicide.
Yeah. Altruistic filicide is a term that's used that means killing your kids out of love. Not because you're trying to be cruel or for material gain or because you want them out of your lives or any of that, but killing them out of love so that you could basically, they wouldn't have to suffer, so you could prevent their suffering. And what she did, I thought, was begin with what I said a minute ago was a highly lethal and very serious suicide attempt.
And that was preceded
It was preceded by months of thoughts and impulses about you should harm yourself, you should kill yourself, your brain is damaged, that sort of thing. And that, I think, is the beginning of the way to understand what happened that day. The second point is that, as I've said before, she didn't like to leave her children. Whether that was for date night or school or going back to work or anything, she did not like to leave her children. And if she had taken her own life, then her children would have been without her, and she thought that they would suffer. And she'd been having these thoughts both about herself and about her children over a several-month period. And the other thing that I will say is that she was in pain. She was suffering. She was doing a little bit better than she had been before she went into McLean. But she was still in pain. She was suffering. I think she was even desperate. And that is something that is often characterized as people who try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them, and she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
And yesterday when you went through the two options that you considered, that this was psychosis with command hallucinations or suicide with altruistic filicide, is your testimony that it's either or it's one or the other?
It's my testimony that those were the two possibilities that seemed to have some evidence. But at the end of talking to her, testing, reviewing all the information, doing the collateral interviews, everything I did as a part of this evaluation, the evidence much more strongly, in my opinion, supported the second explanation, which was the serious suicide attempt accompanied by killing the children out of love.
Now, doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time she killed her children?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is yes, she was. She was experiencing bipolar II disorder, depressive symptoms, and there were other things that were exacerbating that, making it worse. One is the sleep problems and probably the continued adverse reactions to medication and so on. But yes, in my opinion, she did have a mental disease or defect on January 24th.
And doctor, to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, did you form an opinion as to whether or not the defendant appreciated the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct when she killed her children?
I did, yes. And at the end of my report, I was very careful about how I phrased this. And so,
Sustained. If you could just answer the question regarding your opinion.
So yes, you formed an opinion?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is that she retained an awareness of the illegality of killing others, including killing her children. Her moral awareness of the wrongfulness of this killing was influenced by her strong desire to die and, if she were dead, not to leave her children behind. Some of this perception was realistic. For example, my children will suffer without me because they would have suffered, I think. And some of it was distorted. For example, nobody else can care for my children. But her awareness of the illegality and moral wrongfulness of such killing is best appraised by understanding these acts as a serious suicide attempt combined with altruistic filicide, killing her children out of love, rather than as a response to command hallucinations.
And did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether Ms. Clancy was able to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That her capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law is, again, best understood by considering the seriousness of her suicide attempt and her strong desire not to leave her children. She demonstrated such self-control throughout the day on January 24th, and her actions between 5:15 and 6 p.m. that afternoon were influenced by her depression and her hopelessness about her life and the desire to end the pain she had experienced since October. Although this depression and hopelessness influenced her decisions, she retained control over whether, when, and how she carried it out, and the inclusion of her children.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was criminally responsible when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion, my clinical opinion, since I'm not the decision maker here, but my clinical opinion is that she was criminally responsible on January 24th.
Okay. I just need a moment here to explain to you a couple of the gray area I was talking about and how everything is mishmashed in this trial. Remember the beginning of the trial when prosecutors were talking about this was not a real suicide attempt? And now their expert is basing everything on how serious this suicide attempt was. Like, how am I supposed to follow that as a juror when you, as the prosecutor, are telling me at one time this wasn't a real suicide attempt, and then your expert at the end of the case is telling us that the whole reason that she should be held criminally responsible is because this was a serious suicide attempt? To me, that's a problem. It doesn't make sense. It's more gray area in all this, which is why it's such a tough job for the jury to figure all this out, right? I think the best argument that the prosecution is going to have that may resonate with the jury is that this was the only time that auditory hallucination appeared. It appeared in this small window of time when she killed her children and attempted to kill herself. And that was it. It never showed up beforehand, never showed up afterwards. Some jurors might be skeptical about that auditory hallucination. But does it even matter? Like, even if it wasn't an auditory hallucination, like, why did she do this? Because in her mind, she thought she was expressing her love for her children by strangling them to death? Doesn't make sense to me. So Dr. Kurt Heilbrunn is probably more important for prosecutors than their first expert, and probably comes across a little bit more credibly and more sympathetic towards Lindsay to a certain extent. So this cross-examination for Kevin Reddington of this expert is extremely important. Did a great job of the first one, but the second one, brings something different to the table. He does have a level of compassion for Lindsay and does agree that she's bipolar 2. So let's take a listen to this cross-examination, because there's a couple of pieces here I think that are really important and provide some interesting insight into all of this. So let's take a look.
So one of the things you testified to yesterday is that, and you went like this and said that this is difficult, but then you were able to power through and tell the jury that Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids alone. She got anxious about that. Remember telling that to the jury?
I do.
And this is one of the things that you kind of hang your hat on that you felt was important in your evaluation, right?
It was important. It was an important part of my evaluation that she did not like to leave her kids, and it made her anxious. Yes.
That's not a bad thing, is it? For a mother not to want to leave her children and be anxious when they're out of her home, right?
Well, it depends. It could be difficult and so on, depending on how anxious and even disabling it was, if she just couldn't leave her kids. But on the other hand, if it just reflected that she was close to them and wanted to be with them and wasn't a problem or disabling, then it's not a problem.
Did you know, sir, that Pat's mother and father would come over to the house and babysit for the kids when Lindsay and her husband would go out to dinner or go out to a movie or go out with their friends? Did you know that, sir?
Yes.
Did you know that the children were actually in learning Sprouts school? Did you know that?
Yes.
They had to leave the house to go to school, didn't they?
Yes.
She wasn't anxious when they would go to school, was she?
It made her a little anxious to drop her kids off. She didn't like to be separated from them.
Well, that's because the kids many times, not on occasion, would cry, like little kids do when you drop them off somewhere, right?
I don't know if she was anxious only when they cried.
You know that in addition to the date nights, in addition to socializing with friends, in addition to the children leaving to go to the Little Sprouts school, you know that there were a number of occasions that Lindsay, alone or Lindsay with her husband, would leave the kids and go out and do any number of things. Shopping, socializing, go to Boston, things like that. You know, did you ask third-party contacts about that?
I asked Patrick about that. And one of the things he said is that it was difficult for her to leave the kids. And he used as an example date night for their 5th anniversary. It was hard for her to leave.
Was that in 22?
Was date night for their 5th anniversary in 22?
Mention it to the jury. Was that in 2022, their 5th anniversary? Your anniversary is in December, right?
I don't know what year it was in,
Well,
Mr. Reddington.
What was the problem? What did he say? Third-party collateral. What did he tell you?
What he said in response to that question is that on date night for their 5th anniversary, she was anxious about leaving the kids.
Right. Did they ultimately go out that night?
They did.
You know where they went?
I don't.
Did she have fun? Did she appear to be enjoying herself away from the kids?
That was not part of the question I asked him.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her babies when she's not at home, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
I wasn't presenting it as something that is wrong.
I'll back off. I'm sorry. I thought you did. I thought yesterday you were telling this jury that because Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids at home, that was a factor that Dr. Helbrin considered in his opinion. But that's fine. You agree that there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her children, leaving them out of the house, right? Now, one of the other things that you had made reference to, sir, is that you relied on is when her husband came home and found Lindsay on the ground in the snow after she had jumped out the window. He spoke with her, is what you told this jury, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us again what it is that he said to her and what she said to him?
He said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself." And then he said, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "In the basement."
Now, what is your source of that information, sir?
It was in the records, and I also did a collateral interview with Patrick Clancy.
Did you listen to the 911 tape?
No, I did not.
If I tell you, would you be surprised, sir, that she had significant damage, not only to her back, her spine, and was hemorrhaging, but also to her throat?
No, I would not be surprised. She injured herself very badly when she jumped out that window.
If I suggest to you, sir, that if you listen to the 911 tape as it relates to Patrick Clancy interacting with her, that she can only make grunting noises, would you be surprised at that?
I would be surprised, yes.
And you never listened to that tape?
I did not.
None of us listened to the tape. The only people who heard the tape were the ones that were in the courtroom. It's been sealed. Right? Like, a couple things here. Number one, I know why Kevin Reddington is attacking this witness on that point, right? Because it was part of his basis for not believing that there was an auditory hallucination. The basis was what she said in that moment was proof to this expert that she did not get an auditory hallucination. That would not have been what she would have said. I tried to kill myself. She wouldn't have said it that way. So what he's questioning here in front of the jury is Patrick Clancy. that Patrick Clancy lied in court, lied to the doctor, and lied to police, lied to everyone about what Lindsay Clancy said. That's what he's saying here. I don't know if he's trying to plant an Easter egg for the folks who believe Patrick is responsible for all this, and perhaps hoping that maybe, just maybe, there's someone in the jury that also thinks that and wants to give him a little red meat on that issue. And Patrick lied when he came home, and he lied. Well, we know why he lied. We know why he doesn't want the jury to believe that that conversation happened, because this expert is telling the jury, well, if it was an auditory hallucination and a command hallucination, she would not have responded that way. So where are we left in this? I think we're basically left with, one, is Patrick telling the truth? If Patrick is lying, why would he be lying about all this? And then ultimately, it makes everyone want to hear the 911 call, including that witness. I want to dive into more of this cross-examination of Dr. Kirk Heilbrunn because he's such an important witness for prosecutors. If they have a chance of winning this case, the jury's really going to have to lean on his expert testimony. And let's see how Kevin Reddington goes after him, because this expert seems to just have a better rapport kind of in the courtroom with the way he's explaining things to the jury and the way he's saying what he's saying. And we'll see if Kevin Reddington continues to attack him the way he attacked Dr. Mack, trying to paint him as some villainous witness who was the real bad guy in all of this. Let's take a look.
Would you agree with me, sir, that if a person has a memory while they're in a psychosis, that it's very possible that they could be imagining that they did something, but in fact, the facts, objective facts, would show she didn't?
It's possible that being in an actively psychotic condition could affect the way information is processed, and therefore could affect the accuracy of their memory.
So, for example, she told you that after she slashed her wrists and after she tried to slit her throat, that she used the knife to cut the screen before she threw herself out the window, right?
Yes.
Was the screen cut?
I understand that it was not.
Did that give you pause?
There are a number of things that I don't think are all that important in terms of memory difficulties and accuracy of memory, and that was one of them.
Do you recall this morning indicating that you recounted that Lindsay told you that she felt, quote, like it wasn't her, end quote, as though she were watching herself commit the killings, and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do? Do you remember saying that this morning?
I do, yes.
Would you agree that that description is consistent, almost black letter definition, with profound disassociation?
My testimony was...
No. Is that, sir, consistent with profound disassociation?
No, it is consistent.
So the answer is no. The answer is no?
Well, I was about to give the rest
I'm sure
of the
you
answer.
were, but the answer is no, is what you're saying, right? I just read to you what you testified to this jury this morning, right? Did I? Hello, did I read what your words were this morning?
I don't remember exactly what my words were this morning.
If Dr. Heilbrunn told this jury that when Lindsay was talking to you and or Mac in the hospital, she felt, and I quote, like it wasn't her, as though she were watching herself commit the killings, and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do, end quote. Question is, would you agree, sir, that watching oneself is consistent with disassociation?
Disassociation that is peritraumatic, which is what I testified.
So the answer is yes?
Well, you said profound dissociation, so the answer was no.
Last time I knocked out profound. I'm just asking.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
With disassociation.
It is consistent with peritraumatic dissociation.
Okay.
Yes,
And there was severe mental illness involved, right?
there were some possible things that made me think that it might have been a psychotic episode.
Right, but there were severe mental illnesses involved here, right?
Yes, there were.
Okay.
It's just a question of which kind.
Semantics.
Yes.
You talked about thought broadcasting, right?
Yes, I
and
did.
Thought broadcasting, sir, would be if somebody hears a voice and is concerned that somebody else might have heard it, right?
No.
Okay, well,
Thought broadcasting.
see what thought broadcasting is. Are you aware that Lindsay Clancy indicated to anybody that she was hearing or having these intrusive thoughts in her mind? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was afraid that people could read her mind or knew what these thoughts were or whatever they were in her mind, intrusive thoughts?
She was afraid of that, and so one of the reasons that I asked her about the difference between hallucinations.
All right, hold on, please.
I can't be more clear, Judge.
All right, and then if the Commonwealth wants to follow up, they'll be able to do that.
All right.
Go ahead.
Did she, according to Dr. Halburn's review, all the information in all the hours of talking,
Yes.
determine that she was afraid that people could read her thoughts or knew what her intrusive dark thoughts were?
Yes.
Who did she say that to? Not just who?
Well, she said it to me.
Okay.
She said it to Dr. Mack.
Yeah, I'm sure she said it to Mac too. Put you guys aside. Who else, like people, normal people, did she say that to? Not that you're not normal, but I mean people like friends or family or citizens or whatever.
I believe she said it to Patrick.
Okay.
And she may have said it to others as well.
She may have said it to others as well.
I don't remember who else she said it to, but she said it to Patrick.
Well, how can you come in here and testify about a young lady that is saying to people that she's having thoughts that are intrusive and dark and that she's worried that other people are reading her mind and know about it, and you don't even know who she said it to?
No, overruled.
One of the things that she said is that her thoughts were kind of intrusive and loud and, I mean, that sort of thing. And one of the things that she said was that she thought that because of that, other people might be hearing them or might know what they were.
Like even worried about dropping little Cora off at the school, and she was afraid that the teachers could hear her voices or thoughts. Read that.
I did read that, and that's one of the reasons I asked her for the difference.
Right. But when I asked you if there were any, so that refreshed your memory, that there was another person that she was concerned about.
Yes, I believe that's right. Yes.
It's interesting. Kevin Reddington, seasoned, great criminal defense attorney, great at cross-examination, but not everyone can play the role of villain in this case. Like, this is an expert that is agreeing with a lot of what the defense says, and I think you can use all of his testimony to make an argument for lack of criminal responsibility. You really can. So different than Dr. Mack, but at times he's treating him the same, which I think lessens the impact of what happened to Dr. Mack. But ultimately, it'll be up to the jury to figure all that out. So there have been some moments in this trial where some things have happened that I was like, whoa, where did that come from? And it has resulted in the defense asking the judge for a mistrial. And one of the issues involves the intersection of this alleged mental illness, religion, Catholicism, etc. And the first time that it became an issue in the courtroom is when Patrick Clancy's mother was on the witness stand being questioned by the prosecutor. Take a look at this moment.
Now, are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Counsel, could I see you over here?
What? What kind of question was that? That was bizarre. First of all, she's a victim in the case. Like, it's her grandchildren who were killed. But obviously, a prosecutor asking that is inappropriate, irrelevant, and potentially prejudicial, injecting Catholicism and mortal sin. I don't know what the jury's thoughts are. I don't know if they're Catholic or not. But this is obviously inappropriate. The judge found it, told the jury to disregard it. But then something else happened. And this is Dr. Kirk Helburn. He's a forensic psychologist, a witness for the prosecution. So the court, the judge sees the prosecutor and their witnesses kind of all as one. But in a question that did not indicate anything about religion, the answer came back to this issue once again about mortal sins and Catholicism. Take a look.
And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens, but when I asked her about that, when I said, "Isn't suicide a mortal sin?"
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
This is interesting. To me, that's not over the top. To me, there's not a level of this being so inappropriate. It's not the prosecutor asking a victim about it, or the grandmother of the victims in this case. This is the expert trying to get inside the mind of Lindsay Clancy. And Lindsay Clancy's own words are "go to God." He's trying to explain what that means to the jury. But because of what the prosecutor did previously, this now became an issue in front of the judge. If this had been by itself, my guess is no one would have really said anything. But because of the prosecutor's prior mention of the mortal sin, talking about a mortal sin becomes a mortal sin inside the courtroom. And the defense wanted a mistrial as a result of this testimony from this expert. The judge came out and gave his decision on the issue. Let's take a look, because he's not happy at all.
Well, here's the concern I have, is what the witness did say in regards to go to God, baby, go to God. That was statements that had been made in evidence already. And then he indicated that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. All right. Now we're getting a little closer to problematic area. Then he testified she was raised as a Catholic. And as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. How is any of that proper at this point? But it was not, well, I'm not going to declare a mistrial at this time. What I am going to do is I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to disregard it. I'm going to tell them that's an inappropriate area of inquiry, and that this witness's understanding of Catholic dogma or Catholic teaching is irrelevant. There's no evidence of his background or training or having been to the seminary or any of that. And so I think, and that's where he injected that. And so I am giving that, but the Commonwealth, I'm going to strongly, and perhaps the strongest language, talk to him and let him know that he can't go into that. And then my thought is, we're going to bring the jury back in. I'm going to give them that instruction, and I'm going to send them home. I don't want them leaving here today with the last thing they heard was a discussion about this witness's understanding of the Catholic teaching. That's not the last thing they're going to hear. And so my thought is that, as best I can, is to address that and minimize the damage or prejudice, because I do presume that this jury will be able to follow those instructions. And so that would be my thought. We'll come back. That will give the Commonwealth plenty of time to talk to this witness, to let him know the areas that he should and should not go into.
Okay, I get it, right? He's not an expert in Catholicism, but like, ask around. Like, do we think that murder and suicide are mortal sins? Yes. Like, it's almost like you could take judicial notice of it. It's that common of something that is known. You don't need an expert to say that in the Catholic religion, murder is a mortal sin. But anyway, the judge made the ruling the way the judge did. But it does sort of limit what the juries can understand about what's going on in her head. The issue of going to God and going to heaven was not introduced by the expert, was not introduced by the prosecution. It was introduced by the defendant. So it's part of her mental state, which to me is very relevant. But the jury will not get all of the information as a result of this. But I don't think it makes it or breaks it for either side. I don't think it's prejudicial. I just think it'll be less information for the jury to consider. Well, we're going to stay on top of this. This case is winding down. Top coverage here on Vinnie Politan Investigates each and every night. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Vinnie Politan. Please don't forget to hug the kids. It's a trial that has absolutely grabbed the attention of the nation. A case that is extremely sad, tragic, but important. Lindsay Clancy killed her children, but claims she was suffering from postpartum psychosis. The trial is wrapping up soon, and the jury will have to figure out whether or not Lindsay Clancy is criminally responsible for what she did. Expert testimony taking center stage today as the same man who convinced a jury years ago that Andrea Yates was legally insane, testifying for Lindsay Clancy.
No evidence of faking psychiatric symptoms. Not only did she hear a command, but she felt that her body was taken over by an external force where she was in a dream state and did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
But many people watching this trial believe that both the prosecution and the defense got it wrong, and that it was Lindsay's ex-husband, Patrick Clancy, who's actually responsible for killing the children.
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance.
Soon, the jury will have the final word as we get ready for the conclusion of the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. This is it, the big finish for Lindsay Clancy's defense and the top doctor in this area, Dr. Philip Resnick, testifying for the defense. This is the same man who convinced a jury that Andrea Yates was legally insane. The question is, will he convince a Massachusetts jury that Lindsay Clancy is not criminally responsible? I'm Vinnie Politan. Let's investigate. As this trial gets close to that moment when the jury is going to get the case, this will not be easy for them. This is not an easy case. There are such drastic facts and such severe facts on both sides of this that are going to make it really difficult. And I think it really comes down to the individual juror and what their initial gut reaction is to it, and then can they be moved from that? Because I think you take a room full of people, not everyone's going to have the same exact gut reaction. And those extreme facts, right? Lindsay Clancy strangled her children. It was violent. It took time. It took some level of planning. Patrick had to be out of the house. She had to be alone with the kids. And it took some time to individually strangle all three of them. and then do what she did to herself. But to kill the children, it took some level of planning, and it took some level of time, strength, and it was one at a time. So there was time, presumably, to reflect in what you're doing. That's a bad fact for the defense. Now, a problem for the prosecution is that there's lots of prescriptions, lots of pills, which is indicative of all the medical care that she was seeking and getting, the cry for help. This was not out of left field. This is documented over the course of months, weeks, and in the days and hours and weeks leading up to this, she is screaming for help. And that is very extreme. And that's the real problem here is that, yes, this is someone who acknowledged she had a problem and an issue and wanted to get help. But on the other hand, the nature of what she actually did. So then it comes back to the question of what was wrong with Lindsay? What was wrong with her? There's definitely something wrong with her. Prosecutors have acknowledged it. It is the defense case. So the question becomes, is what was wrong with her a defense here that would make her not criminally responsible? And that's where you get to the expert testimony. And there was a trial that was national and big and the national conversation, much like this one. And it was a quarter century ago, or more than a quarter century ago. It was Andrea Yates. And the same conversation that we're having now, we were having back then. And in that case, there were a couple of trials. She was convicted the first time, but then found not guilty by reason of insanity the second time around. And the expert who testified for her, the forensic expert who evaluated her, Dr. Philip Resnick, really made his mark in that case and became one of the leading experts in this area. And continues to be so. And guess who evaluated Lindsay Clancy in this case? Dr. Philip Resnick. So the man who basically, through his expert testimony, is responsible for Andrea Yates, who drowned all her children, to be found not guilty, is the expert that Lindsay Clancy and Kevin Reddington are relying upon in this case. So let's take you inside the courtroom. There were some technical difficulties to get him to testify. It's a remote testimony via Zoom. The connection isn't the greatest, but the words that he is saying are so important to this case. Let's take a listen.
Can you tell the jurors, in your opinion, sir, with your years of experience in the issue of filicide, working for just the government on a number of cases and the defense, and your evaluation of Lindsay, can you tell this jury your opinion as to whether or not at the time of the killings that she was suffering from a disease or defect that impaired her ability to substantially appreciate and or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Well, sure. Let me begin with the issue of whether she had a mental disease or a defect. Ms. Clancy had a severe depression. There is a book called the DSM, or Diagnostic Manual, prepared by the American Psychiatric Association, which lists criteria for various diseases. So in the diagnostic manual, for example, one needs to have 5 out of 9 symptoms to make a diagnosis of major depression. And Ms. Clancy, as she approached the date of the crime, actually had 7 of the 9 symptoms and was severely depressed. So that in addition to that, she had some earlier evidence of what's called a mild mania, and that fits together in what's called bipolar 2. So in other words, it's a type of bipolar illness where there is more frank depression, severe depression, but the manic aspects are not as severe. So my final diagnosis of her was called bipolar 2 with a severe depression on January 24, 2023. And from reading the reports of all the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, doctor, in the course of that diagnosis, have you considered the concept of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how that...
First of all,
I'm sorry. Can you tell the jurors how that factors into your diagnosis and opinion?
Yes. Ms. Clancy had a history of anxiety and difficulty with each of her children. It was minor with her first child, more significant with her second child, and on the occasion of Callan's birth, things went well for the first 3 months, but then Ms. Clancy became very anxious and depressed, and it took quite a toll on her. And I believe the jury has heard from various treaters, such as Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada and others, and her own anguish about how depressed she was, where she actually felt she couldn't function, her brain was damaged, she would never be the same. So she definitely met the definition of a major depression as well as this bipolar phenomenon. Now, with respect to the postpartum aspect, since Ms. Clancy's symptoms began within 3 months of Callan's birth, that would be considered a postpartum onset. Then, of course, she had considerable difficulty over the next 5 months, and at the time of the crime itself, on January 24, 2023, Ms. Clancy was frankly psychotic. So in that sense, she had a postpartum psychosis. It's actually not frequent to have a postpartum psychosis 8 months after a birth, but it does occasionally occur. And so what I can say is whether it is a classic postpartum psychosis or not, with a postpartum onset and frank psychosis on the day of the killing, I would label that a postpartum psychosis in the sense that it was a postpartum onset and she was clearly psychotic on that day.
Doctor, when a person is psychotic or involved in having a psychosis, in your opinion, are they able to appear normal, quote unquote, communicate with people, drive a car, things of that nature?
Well, let me say there that Ms. Clancy herself did her best to not reveal the extent of her depression. She was frank with members of her own family. Her sister, her mother, her mother-in-law were aware of how anguished and depressed she was. But with more casual friends, she tended not to show the extent of her depression. I'm not suggesting that she was, although psychosis can indeed wax and wane. For example, on the day of her crime, I'm not suggesting that she was frankly psychotic every minute. She was functioning. In fact, she said she was having a better day than other days, and she actually went out and made a snowman with the kids visited with, took Cora to a doctor for the 5th birthday checkup, and was functioning at a level that was not frankly psychotic until she had a command hallucination while her husband Patrick was out doing a couple of chores.
And can you tell us, Doctor, what, in your opinion, what a command hallucination is and how it fits, if you will, in a diagnosis of psychosis?
Yes. If we take, first of all, a hallucination is simply hearing a voice, and the voice can be benign or it can be more malignant. So a voice may just simply say, open the window. About 1/3 of voices are called command hallucinations. That is an instruction to do something. And the majority of those commands are benign. So it might be open a window, get a glass of water. It might be something much more ominous, such as to kill oneself or harm someone else. Those are dangerous command hallucinations. Now, in Ms. Clancy's case, she had not only a command hallucination on the day that she killed her children, she had what is known as a delusion of influence. That is, not only did she hear a command, but she felt that her body was taken over by an external force where she was in a dream state and did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings. With regard to my opinion is that Ms. Clancy was, due to her mental disease, unable to conform her conduct was to the requirements of the law on the day that she took the lives of her children. And let me give you the basis of that opinion. First of all, she was hearing a voice which was commanding her to engage in the killing behavior. And she did not feel any sense of control. She felt that she had to obey the instructions she was receiving. It was a matter where she was just following the command rather than being able to make any decision to do it or not. And, for example, I asked Ms. Clancy.
No, you can't say what you Doctor. You cannot say what she told you. All right.
Okay. All right. I will not do that. Let me just make sure I'm covering other aspects of this. The second evidence that she was lacking control is the fact that she made a severe suicide attempt, also based on the command hallucination that she heard that day, so that she not only cut her throat and jumped out of a window, she very much wanted to die.
That's the bottom line opinion of Dr. Philip Resnick. Now, if the jury believes that is reasonable, if that's a reasonable explanation for what happened here, Lindsay Clancy wins. Because prosecutors have to disprove that beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay? That's the evidence the defense is putting in from their expert. Prosecutors have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that that is not true. That is not a reasonable explanation for what happened here. And that's one of the reasons why in the state of Massachusetts, the sort of flipping of the burden when it comes to this particular issue back onto the shoulders of the prosecution makes it more difficult. It's not the defense trying to convince the jury, to 51%, which is what it's like in most states. It's prosecutors have to disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a challenge. So providing to this jury, as the defense has done, the bottom line opinion of their expert about what caused her to do what she did in taking the lives of those 3 children, that's what they need to do. But for a juror to be convinced of that, to understand that, I think you have to really dive into the why of it, right? Well, the defense is saying, why did she kill her children? Well, because of the mental illness. But why within the mental illness did she have to kill her children? And to me, that's a very important question to ask and to answer for the jury. Because again, we get back to the severity of what happened to the 3 victims here. Why on earth would the mother have to do that? What was going on in her mind? Like literally, what is the why within the mental illness? Let's take a listen as Dr. Philip Resnick addresses that issue.
In my research on women who kill their children, I've divided the motives into 5 categories. And I want to look at how Ms. Clancy to those motives.
So tell us the 5 categories.
Yeah, the 5 categories are first, altruistic filicide.
What does that mean? What does that mean, altruistic filicide?
Altruistic filicide occurs when a murder is committed out of love rather than hostility. It is an effort on a mother's part to do what is best for the child. They may believe that the child is, they may have a delusional belief the child is about to be tortured in their delusional mind, and they take their life in doing what they believe is in the best interest of the children based on their delusional idea. Altruistic filicide also occurs when a mother may plan to take her own life, and in her psychotic thinking and severe depression, it is distorted, and she may believe that the child will be worse off if she remains alive. So, for example, in Ms. Clancy's case, she believed that, as the jury has already heard, she was obsessional about caring for her children. She consulted with others at work to try and do exactly what was right for her children, and she believed that if Ms. Clancy took her own life, her children would be in terrible shape. And in her mind, she believed that she would be doing her children a favor by having them go to heaven with her rather than remain on earth without her doing the mothering. Her mind was very distorted like that.
Okay. So if you could just tell us the other titles of the other 4 types that you were referred to. Just tell it without getting into detail if they don't apply to Ms. Clancy.
All right. The second category does apply to Ms. Clancy, and that is it's called acutely psychotic filicide.
Okay.
And this occurs when someone is frankly psychotic. They may have delusions or hallucinations. They're out of touch with reality. And rather than having any rational motive, they're simply acting on their psychotic beliefs. So those 2 both apply to Ms. Clancy. The other three.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's right. Just give us the other three, the captions of them.
The other three which do not apply, one is called child maltreatment, in which a parent may shake the child to death or throw a child against a wall in an abusive manner. The next category is unwanted child, where someone, just for their convenience, the child is a burden and they kill the child for that motive. And the final motive is spouse revenge filicide. That is, someone hates their spouse so much that they're willing to sacrifice the child as a way to punish the spouse. And the three latter categories clearly do not apply to Ms. Clancy. She loved her husband, respected her husband, had a good marriage. She never spanked or ever abused her child, and all of her children were wanted. In fact, she planned to have a fourth child. So those three categories clearly do not apply. If I can explain how the two categories did apply, I've already mentioned that Ms. Clancy believed that a distorted belief that her children would just be miserable, and she could not imagine them continuing to exist and have a decent life without her being there as a mother. And so in that sense, she did what she believed was morally right, even though she understood that ordinarily killing a child is against the law. She believed that she was doing what was right for her children with her distorted psychotic thinking about the children's need for her. And then with respect to the second category of acutely psychotic, Ms. Clancy was under the influence of a command hallucination and idea of influence, so that at that time, rather than the ability to make a rational decision, she was so in the grip of her psychotic command hallucination and idea of influence that she lacked the capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Okay. And, Doctor, pretty much finally, there's been some questions or allegations that Ms. Clancy did not provide information to her health care providers about her adverse effects of medication that she had been prescribed. Do you agree with that from your review of the medical records, or did she, in fact, tell her health care providers how she felt as a result of what she perceived to be the medications that were prescribed?
It's my opinion of reasonable medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was actually a more sophisticated patient than most, and she was forthcoming in conveying her symptoms. The one area in which she was not fully revealing was the area of when she had an impulse to harm her children, and that was because she had a rational belief that her children may be taken away from her by a social service agency. She had an irrational belief that if she even entered a medical hospital, that her should be taken away. So that is the one area in which she was not fully forthcoming.
Dr. Philip Resnick's been doing this a long time. And his credibility, I think, comes from the years of doing this type of work and studying this type of work. And yes, he does testify on both sides. He doesn't just testify for criminal defendants. There is a battle that takes place inside of a courtroom, and it's going to take place and has taken place inside this courtroom. And it's a really interesting one. It's when you have an experienced expert versus a skilled prosecutor. Prosecutors, I was one. We are very skeptical of defense cases. We're very skeptical of defense experts. So we want to be able to undermine their credibility because we don't believe what they're saying, and we want to make sure that the jury doesn't believe what they're saying. So this is an interesting battle, a very interesting battle here between assistant district attorney and this seasoned, experienced expert. Let's watch it go down.
You've also given some points to other practitioners. If you, quote, if you suspect a person of malingered auditory hallucination, ask what he or she does to make the voices go away or diminish in intensity, correct?
Yes.
Because typically someone who hears a voice telling them to do something horrible like kill their child will try to resist that voice initially, correct?
That there's variability. Some do and some don't.
And in fact, the case you mentioned earlier, Andrea Yates, Miss Yates, in fact, committed herself to a hospital 5 times and tried to kill herself twice, all while trying to not kill her children, correct?
Yes.
She had heard voices for months and telling her to kill her children. And to resist those voices, she actually tried to kill herself, correct?
Until she could no longer resist the voices, yes.
Right. But she tried.
Right, as did Ms. Clancy.
Well, according to the records and reports that we have that are in evidence, Ms. Clancy heard the voice and immediately acted, correct? According to those records?
Well,
is that correct?
Well, Ms. Clancy had impulses to harm her children, which she did resist until the command hallucination when she was overwhelmed, yes.
But according to the records and the testimony that we've had, she had an impulse in December one time to harm her children, correct?
I believe it was on 2 occasions that she mentioned it to her husband.
And then never again after that until her kids were killed, correct?
There were only 2 occasions she mentioned it, but she referred to having these horrible impulses. So that suggests to me she was dealing with it on an ongoing basis, although she mentioned it only twice to her husband.
But she never said she had thoughts to kill her children. She said she had thoughts to harm her children, correct?
Yes, but actually, I think it's clear that to harm her children was to kill her children.
Well, in the records where you say that she was so clear in presenting her symptoms to her doctors, she repeatedly was asked if she had any homicidal ideation, and she repeatedly said no, correct?
That's right, and she didn't in the initial parts of her treatment, but by late December and January is when she did have those impulses.
But what
and
she told
did not
her
acknowledge them.
But what she told her doctors, what she told her doctors in December is that she had no homicidal ideation. She only reported suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes, and as noted, that's very common because people fear their children will be taken away.
So it's better to kill them than to have them taken away.
The state.
You know, it's not better to kill them than have them taken away.
That question stricken, that answer is stricken. Okay.
You also state in another article identifying malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you point out that the rapid resolution of symptoms with medication can be a red flag, as genuine psychotic symptoms usually take longer to subside, correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware from the Tewksbury records that
On page 1136, it says Ms. Clancy has been clinically stable since her admission. There have been no events of affective, cognitive, or behavioral instability since her admission, and that Ms. Clancy has not evidenced any challenges in accepting and conforming to the rules and standards. Did you review that note?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. Were you also aware on page 1168 that it says Ms. Clancy denies that she has ever experienced hallucinatory content prior to or since that event, referring to when she killed her children, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware on page 1170, it states Ms. Clancy presents with intact reality testing and no observable symptoms of psychosis. She is actively engaged in treatment. She is able to identify possible hopes for her future, including serving as an activist for postpartum psychosis awareness and participating in a wheelchair marathon. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
You mentioned that Ms. Clancy was able to hide her symptoms of depression from her friends, that she was open with some people, but she was able to hide those symptoms from friends and other people she interacted with, correct?
Yes, hide the depths of her depression.
And so she was able to control and conform her behavior to situations in which she did not want to show people how she was feeling, correct?
Sure, very common.
Now, you wrote in your report on page 24 that Ms. Clancy had paranoid beliefs that her children would be taken away from her if anyone knew what she was going through, correct?
Yes.
But that's actually a rational belief, is it not, that if someone knows you want to harm your children, they might be taken away?
It can be rational, but it was more, it approached irrational in her case rather than rational.
These are some good questions by the prosecutor, by the way. I'm wondering, though, how hard they're going to play that theme of Lindsay Clancy didn't try hard enough to resist the impulses. She didn't try hard enough to resist the voice that was telling her to kill her children. I don't know what they're going to say during their closing argument, but that's an interesting issue, and I think a potentially dangerous argument to make. So when we first started covering this trial, I knew Patrick Clancy was going to be an important and a big part of the case. But from my perspective, I thought the big part and role that he would play would be as the ex-husband, the father of the three victims who forgave his wife, who did not want her criminally prosecuted. And would that impact this jury? Would the jury get that message from him? Would they get permission from Patrick Clancy to find Lindsay not criminally responsible for killing their children? That's what I thought the big issue would be. Turns out it was something else. And I don't know if it's manifesting itself inside the jury box, but clearly for people who've been following and watching this case and commenting on it on social media, Patrick Clancy was looked at as a potential suspect in all of this. Why did that happen? One reason may be his demeanor, the way he testified. Maybe people didn't like him. Maybe it's because he moved on and got remarried and did so before people thought he should. I'm not sure, but I want to take another look at his testimony because he was the first witness, and not by accident. It was because of how important of a witness he was. So let's take another listen to the testimony of Patrick Clancy and try to figure out why everyone commenting online, all these people believe that he is somehow involved or responsible for what happened to his children.
So when you come down those stairs that night, which direction did you go?
Immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And was she responsive?
No.
And what did you see or do next?
I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Sorry?
He had a band around his neck.
And did you remove that as well?
Yeah.
And do you recall what position he was in?
Same as Cora.
And looking at the model here, if you could just tell us, where was Cora?
The left of the couch.
So would that be this area here that I'm pointing to, in between the bureau and the couch?
Yeah.
And where was Callan?
To her left.
So would that be more over here towards the chair and the bureau?
Yeah.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And where did you go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch, and then I went to the other side of the basement and he was in my office.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here, where was he located within the office?
Just to the left of the door when you went in.
Just in this area here, right inside the door?
Yeah.
Now, after finding Dawson and taking off the band, what happened next?
I think I was back and forth. I think I went to try to help Cora.
Did you try to give her CPR?
Yeah.
At some point in time, do the first responders make their way down to the basement?
Yeah.
And do they take over care of the children?
Yeah.
Where do you go?
They sent me upstairs.
Okay. Cora, Dawson, and Callan removed from the home and taken to a hospital.
Yeah.
Was that Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth?
Yeah.
Did you also go to that location?
Yeah.
And at the hospital, were you able to see your children?
Yeah.
And was Callan then transported to Children's Hospital?
Yeah.
Did anyone ever tell you not to leave your kids alone with Lindsay?
No.
In January of 2023, did Lindsay ever tell you that she wanted to harm your children?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was going to kill your children?
No.
Did you receive, a few days after this happened, did you receive a phone call from the defendant while she was at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
I think it was like a week or so after, yeah.
And what did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
So obviously the end of that testimony important for prosecutors because they're alleging that she's making this up after the fact. The voice is in her head. They'll use that. From my perspective, what I just saw from Patrick Clancy, I was focusing on this controlled, labored breathing he was going through. I could tell he was impacted by all of this, reliving that moment. I don't see a killer. I see a man whose life was blown up. That's just my opinion. Like every juror will have their opinion. Folks at home have their opinions. But that's what I saw. I mean, this, to me, this sort of puts the exclamation point at the end of this case in the incredible tragedy and sadness and loss that took place that day that he has to live with. We'll see what the jury does. This case is coming to a conclusion, and obviously we'll keep covering it. I'm Vinnie Politan. Thank you so much for watching. Please don't forget to hug the kids.
Okay, so if somebody has been indicted by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for triple murder, and you are working for the DA, evaluating whether or not they are suffering from a mental disease or defect, would you agree with me, sir, that there may be a tendency for somebody to exaggerate their symptoms to try to paint a positive picture of themselves?
Overrule.
Not necessarily.
Well, how about a little bit necessarily?
I don't know that there's a relationship.
Okay. So you are aware, regardless, that when Lindsay took the test for Dr. Kirk Halbrun, that there was no indication whatsoever of any malingering, exaggeration, or anything along those lines in that test. Would you agree with that?
If you're talking about the MMPI, correct.
That's what we've been talking about. I don't know. We're looking at each other.
I wasn't sure if he was going to answer, but why don't you ask the next
Yeah, okay. So you, tell me again what your answer was, sir?
That effectively that's what the testing elicited, that her K scale effectively, it was a valid test.
Okay. Now, you, in your review of all of the records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean, you knew that one of the health care providers, which would be Gelada, was focusing on the possibility that Lindsay could have been suffering from bipolar 2. Is that right?
I am aware that that was on her mind, that was something she was concerned about, yes.
And bipolar 2 is quite common, is it not, sir, as a precursor of a person who is suffering from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, right?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, well, how about, is it appropriate in Dr. Mack's opinion to give a person suffering from bipolar 2 or bipolar 1 an SSRI?
An individual, there is a need in one's practice, traditionally at least, that if an individual might be suffering from bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, to avoid using SSRI medications. However, that has been reduced in terms of our worry about that over time, but that was maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something that psychiatrists were more concerned about, but the concern has lessened over time.
It has. So in your opinion, sir, it's okay to give a woman who is coming to you for help, who's been diagnosed with a bipolar 2, it's okay to give her the SSRI, in your opinion. Is that what you're telling this jury?
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay. Tell me what you said.
I said the concern about the relationship between SSRIs and mania or bipolar disorder has lessened, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people's practices have changed.
And when you say mania, what does that mean to you, sir?
Mania is a state defined in the DSM. I believe we discussed this the other day.
Well, go ahead. What is it? What are the symptoms of mania?
So mania is a condition, and it's defined not only by the symptoms that I'm going to mention, but also by a time frame. And as we discussed the other day, it is a mood state that is used as a building block for bipolar type 1. So one would need to see 7 days consecutive and where the following symptoms, 4 at least of the following symptoms are present most of the day for all of these days. And that would include a thought process called flight of ideas. Secondly, distractibility. Thirdly, an engagement in activities that are pleasurable but have painful consequences. Rapid speech, or what we would call pressured speech.
Pressured speech.
Or rapid speech. Additionally, grandiosity and an exaggerated amount or excess degree of goal-directed behavior.
And what is your... go ahead.
Go ahead.
What is your understanding, sir, of the symptoms of bipolar 2?
So bipolar 2, well, we didn't finish the definition of bipolar 1, but in terms of bipolar type 2, one would need to have had a major depressive episode. I believe we discussed that the other day as well. And also one needs to have had what's called a hypomanic episode, which is similar to a manic episode, but lesser in terms of time course that's required, and only 3 out of the 7 symptoms are required.
So bipolar 2, you would agree with me, sir, is in fact a major or a serious mental illness, right?
Yes.
And your opinion, after you had your opportunity to go back again with Kirk on the 3rd day and interview Lindsay in Tewksbury Hospital, and how long did you interview her for the 3rd day, asking her questions?
I'm not sure I remember. It was perhaps 3 hours.
So after you completed your evaluation, you came to a conclusion that, in fact, Lindsay was suffering from a major mental disease or defect, to wit, bipolar 2. Is that correct?
No.
No. So why don't we look at your report and you tell me what your ultimate opinion was of your diagnosis of Lindsay after evaluating her, sir.
I think I said this the other day that my
Why don't you say it again, sir?
Yes, I'm happy to. My opinion was that, and is, that she suffered from a major depressive episode, and that was a part of major depressive disorder.
Well, looking at your report, sir, on your conclusions, would you agree with... So do you have your report?
He's reading from the wrong report.
Do you have your report, sir?
Counsel, can I see it sidebar just for a second?
On page 35, is that at the time of the incident, that Lindsay Clancy was suffering from a mental disease, and then you have the opinion, however, she retained substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct. Is that correct? Did I read that right? And the mental disease from which she suffered, in your opinion, was a mood disorder, major depressive episode. Is that right?
Yes.
And you further opine that she may have also had an anxiety disorder that preceded or continued to be present while the major depressive episode proceeded through January 24th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that she has been at Tewksbury under a particular diagnosis of a mental disease or defect, right?
Yes.
What is that?
I believe it's adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder. Is it not your understanding, sir, that she's suffering, according to diagnosis, bipolar disorder?
I think well, you'd have to show me where you're referring to.
So, did you have a chance to review Dr. Helbrin's report?
I did.
And do you know what Dr. Helbrin's opinion was of a diagnosis?
In terms of
diagnosis.
Yes.
What was it?
I think he made a diagnosis of bipolar type 2.
So you have nurse practitioner Gelada, who, as a treating practitioner, indicates that the diagnosis possibly is bipolar disorder, correct?
I don't know that she used those terms, but I know that she was concerned about the possibility.
And you know, because you've obviously read and incorporated into your report Dr. Resnick's opinion, correct?
Correct.
And what is Dr. Resnick's opinion, sir, to your understanding?
In terms of the diagnosis?
Yeah.
Bipolar type 2.
Okay. How about Dr. Zeisel? You also had access to and incorporated into his report, your report, his diagnosis. What was that?
No, offhand, I don't remember what his diagnosis was.
How about Meg Spinelli? Did you have a chance to review her report and incorporate that into your report?
I reviewed her report.
Do you know what her diagnosis was, sir?
I believe it was bipolar type 1.
Right. So with all of the various healthcare providers that have an opinion of bipolar type 1, would you agree that that is a very strong indicator that a person could very well be suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm confused by your question because that last piece is not necessarily inconsistent with the diagnosis of major depressive episode.
I'm asking you, sir, about
what I discussed the other day was when that specifier is able to be used, that would be a diagnostic question.
So with the understanding that nurse practitioner Gelada is bipolar, or looking at bipolar, that Zeisel report, you don't know or recall what it is, but you incorporated it into your report. Dr. Resnick is bipolar too. You feel that this is or is not indicative of a precursor to a person suffering from postpartum depression? It's in the books, in the articles, right?
Your use of terms, to me, seems apples and oranges. The question of postpartum depression would be, does the person have a mood disorder, and is it in the time frame following birth?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
So,
I can't, can you say that again, please?
we're talking about categories that are not aligned with each other.
No, I'm asking you what your answer was, okay? What's your answer?
You'd have to restate the question.
Okay. You recall Friday, sir, that you were talking about onset of postpartum depression symptoms occurring within a particular time frame. Do you recall that, sir?
The diagnosis would be
my
a
question is
depressive
simple. Do you recall saying what the time frame was Friday?
I'm trying to answer your question.
What is the time frame?
The time frame designated for the diagnostic specifier called with postpartum onset is 4 weeks.
Okay. And that's your opinion, right?
Well, I believe that's what the DSM says.
Okay.
It's a 4-week
So
period
let's talk about
the 4-week period. The 4-week period in which that specifier may be added.
Okay. You recall saying
The
that
diagnostic rule.
you recall saying that a person can be postpartum and it has to be within 4 weeks. Do you recall saying that Friday?
What I would have intended to say.
No.
I believe
What did you say to the? Come on. What did you say to the jury last Friday?
Doctor, please listen to the question and just answer the question as asked, okay? And then if the Commonwealth has any redirect, they can follow up with their questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you recall saying that the person has to be postpartum within 4 weeks, according to the DSM? Recall saying that?
To meet that specifier, yes.
Right. Well, do you understand, sir, that every woman that has a baby for the rest of their life is postpartum? Because postpartum, quite frankly, means having a baby, right?
Sure.
So,
but that wouldn't be the specifier of with postpartum onset.
yeah, but you can't. Postpartum is not a disease, doctor. Postpartum.
Right. It's an appellation that is defined in terms of 4 weeks.
Okay. According to you, right? You understand that World Health Organization is different, right?
If you're talking about the ICD,
what is that time frame, sir?
I'm not sure what it is. I think you said it was 12 weeks.
How about the proposal to amend the DSM-5 text revision, or TR? What's the proposal for that?
Well, there's a proposal specifically around the proposed diagnosis called postpartum psychosis, and for that, it's a 6-week period.
So you've got 4 weeks, you got 6 weeks, you got 12 weeks. Would you agree, sir, that postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis can occur up to a year or even a year or longer?
I don't know, but I am telling you what the DSM says in terms of how to diagnose it and how to code it.
Okay. You would agree, sir, that she is at Tewksbury with a diagnosis of bipolar, right?
That may be among her diagnoses.
Okay. And she's on medication, right?
Yes.
And she hasn't had, over the past 3.5 years, any problems with sleep, anxiety, depression, symptomology of the same while she's been medicated at Tewksbury, right?
She has not demonstrated any signs of mania.
And she hasn't demonstrated any signs of anxiety either, has she, while she's been on the medication, the right medication, right?
I note that she's complaining of anxiety. I'm not sure she's demonstrating signs of anxiety.
Other than the fact that she's paralyzed and has to be in a wheelchair, she's not exhibiting the inability to bathe, the inability to emote, to have feelings, to talk to people. She's able to communicate with people, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what medications that she's on while she's at Tewksbury?
She's taking, I think we discussed this the other day, a low dose of Zyprexa, I believe clonidine and trazodone, and propranolol occasionally.
Okay. Now, after you had a chance to review the medical records from Dr. Tufts, which would be from end of September of 22 up through October of 22, for example, initial prescription, right?
I've reviewed all the records from Dr. Tufts, yes.
And you recall what the first prescription was that she got, right?
Sertraline.
And that would be what, 25?
Yes.
Was that increased?
It was.
And was there an issue or a problem, according to Lindsay, when that was increased from 25 to 50?
Yes.
And what was the problem that she indicated to the doctor?
She wanted to sleep, but she was finding it hard to sleep.
She was unable to sleep for a period in excess of 48 hours, is what she said, right?
I think it was at that point, yes.
And also, she indicated that there was, in her opinion, a symptom that she didn't really have a need to sleep, even though she had gone 48 hours without sleeping, right?
No, she wanted to sleep.
Well, would you agree with me, sir?
She was tolerating, she described that she was tolerating during the daytime and functional sufficiently without the sleep, but she found that she was trying very hard to sleep and she couldn't sleep.
And do you recall her indicating that she did not feel, regardless of 48 hours straight without sleep, that she had a need? She said she didn't feel like she had a need to sleep. Did you see that in the records?
I'm not sure that it would be characterized that way.
Did you see, okay, did you see anything in the records?
All right, one at a time. Go ahead, Mr. Rank.
Did you see anything in the records that indicated that she complained of the fact that she had gone 48 hours without sleeping after she was on the sertraline, and then felt that she did not need to sleep, even though she'd been without for 48 hours?
I don't exactly recall what was written by Dr. Tufts, but she described to me that in that period...
Doctor, I'm asking you about the medical records, not what you think she told you 3 years later. The medical records.
The medical records review the fact that she was not able to sleep.
And would you agree with me that one of the symptoms, sir, that you would be concerned about as a psychiatrist is when a woman who is postpartum, after having a baby, is complaining of a number of symptoms, one of which is that she went a long period of time unable to sleep, but didn't feel that she had the need to sleep? That's textbook, isn't it?
Well, the DSM textbook refers to a decreased need for sleep as the seventh element of mania.
Okay, so that is an indicia of mania. Can I get that out of you?
The way it's written is a decreased need for sleep.
Okay.
I don't know that she had decreased need.
And in the medical...
trying very hard.
Go ahead.
I think she desperately wanted to sleep.
Is that what you think, sir, or is that what your opinion is based on the medical records?
That is my understanding based on the totality of the information.
Okay. So is it your understanding that she also exhibited signs or symptoms of postpartum depression?
So to the extent that she had depression in a period after having had a baby, that is not how DSM would refer to it, but as you said, everybody would be postpartum in that regard. So my opinion is that she had major depressive episodes in this year or within 4 or 5 months following birth.
Sir, you're familiar with the postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with that, right?
So there's the concept of having psychosis.
Are you familiar with postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
I'm familiar with a proposed diagnostic entity called postpartum psychosis, and the idea that people can have psychosis as a mental disorder at other times.
You're familiar with the Department of Mental Health in Massachusetts, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with the funding of the Department of Mental Health for the Massachusetts Child Psychiatry Access Product. You're familiar with that, right?
No.
Called the MCPAP, that focuses on postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression. Are you familiar with that, sir?
No.
Would you agree with me that when a person has a child and is within the postpartum period, that they may present to a doctor with symptoms that might lead the doctor to believe that they are suffering from postpartum depression. Would you agree with that?
I'm not familiar with that particular program. I'm happy to.
All right, no, I know you're happy, but I'm just asking, sir, about postpartum depression. Forget the program. You're not familiar with the program. We get it. I'm asking you now, sir, about your familiarity with postpartum depression.
Yes.
Okay. And there are symptoms of postpartum depression. Fair to say?
Postpartum depression.
Are there symptoms, sir? Yes.
I am familiar.
Okay. And forget the DSM. Let's just focus on the symptoms as you understand it for postpartum depression, which, according to you, has to occur within the first 4 weeks of birth. But quite frankly, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 12 weeks, it could be a year, right?
You said forget the DSM, except that making diagnoses in psychiatry requires an authority, and we utilize, in this country, the DSM.
Maybe we shouldn't?
No.
All right, sustained. Next question.
So are you familiar, sir? You're not familiar with MCPAP for mothers in Massachusetts. You're not familiar with that subsidiary of the Department of Mental Health, right?
No.
Are you familiar with the Department of Mental Health postpartum psychosis provider training? In other words, what the LISCWs are learning and what the psychologists or psychiatrists working for the DMH are learning about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. Are you familiar with those standards?
No.
How about the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale? We talked about that Friday. You're familiar with that, sir?
I am.
But you don't feel it's important. You think the regular GAD scale, general anxiety scale, is sufficient, I guess, right?
I don't think I said that.
Oh, okay. So do you think that the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale is important as a tool for a diagnosing physician dealing with a woman that's within the time frame and exhibiting symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. So what was Lindsay's scale, if you know now? You had the weekend, I imagine, to look it up.
I don't offhand know what it was.
Okay. So if I offhand told you that it was pretty much off the chart, would that have any impact on your opinion as to the utility of the postnatal depression scale that was administered to her?
No, sustained. I mean, overruled. Let me ask. Sorry.
It's a scale that elicits distress, which she had, and it elicits depression, which she had.
And it's not just limited to distress and depression. It's focused on, and again, I'll read it, the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, right?
Right.
So, no, the answer's right.
She had diagnosis of depression. She was being treated for depression.
All right. So you, in any event, you don't utilize, apparently, the EPDS, right? You don't utilize it in your practice, whatever that may be.
Correct.
Okay.
Not that I'm against it. I just haven't had the opportunity to use it in some time.
Just like you think that, you know, an episiotomy is a tear, I guess, when a person has a baby, right?
I'm sorry?
You remember Friday you said that when a baby is born and the woman suffers a tear, that you called it a particular name?
An episiotomy.
Right.
When there's a need for repair for a tear, there are several different degrees.
No, wait a minute. Hold on now. Hold on. Excuse me, sir. Friday you said that the episiotomy is, in fact, a tear. Do you remember saying that?
I'm not sure exactly the wording.
Did somebody tell you that you were way off base on that testimony Friday, sir?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm referring to you saying that an episiotomy is a tear. And it's not.
And, Your Honor, is there a question before the witness?
I already asked the question. I'm looking at him staring back at me.
All right. Why don't you just hold on. Well, you can rephrase that.
Do you remember saying Friday that episiotomy is a tear? Do you remember saying that to this jury, sir?
I don't remember the exact words that I stated.
Okay. Did anybody over the weekend tell you that in fact you were wrong and that it is a surgical procedure and that a natural tear has nothing to do with that procedure other than repairing? Did anybody talk to you about that at all over the weekend?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you would agree with me, at least, that postpartum depression, even though you don't use the EPDS, does have symptoms that a doctor would consider if a patient came to him or her for help, right? Yes or no?
So,
yes or no?
You're asking me about a condition which is not the way that it's defined.
I'm asking you, sir, whether or not you understand as a doctor that if a woman has a baby and comes to you because she is in trouble, that you would look for symptoms, would you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And if the woman told you that she was less able to laugh, no emotion, unable to see the funny side, is that a symptom, sir, in your opinion, of postpartum depression? Yes or no?
It's a symptom of depression.
Was Lindsay Clancy complaining that she was unable to laugh or emote or see the funny side, if you will, of life when she went to see Dr. Tufts and Dr. Gelada? Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's just say the next issue would be stopped looking forward to things. You're familiar with that? People don't look forward to things, and they, what is that called? Anhedonia or something like that?
Right. So that was one of the several elements of major depressive episode that I referred to the other day.
Right. But it's also one of the symptoms of postpartum depression, correct?
They are the same. When you have depression and you meet the qualifier, then you can call it depression with postpartum onset.
How about a person that comes to you and says that they're anxious and worried constantly for no good reason? Would you agree, sir, yes or no, that that's a symptom of postpartum depression, according to the authorities?
So,
can you answer that yes or no, sir? It's real easy. Sir.
All right, hold on. If you can't answer the question as asked, doctor, just say you can't answer it as asked, and I'll ask counsel to rephrase it. Go ahead.
Yes.
So would you agree with me, sir, that the next symptom of postpartum depression would be anxious or worried for no good reason?
So I can't answer that question.
You can't. You can't?
I said I can't.
Okay. Was Lindsay Clancy expressing to the doctors and the nurse practitioners and the LICSWs or whatever on the medical records that she was anxious and worried on a daily basis for no apparent reason?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy also indicate that she would have episodes of fear or panic for no good reason?
Yes.
Did she also indicate, sir, that she was overwhelmed by life, basically, overwhelmed?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she was so unhappy and worried and anxious that she had trouble sleeping?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was sad or miserable and unable to enjoy things like family, friends, society?
That is a symptom that progressed as those months moved on, yes.
Sure did. Did she also say that she's unhappy? She was so unhappy that she was crying on a daily basis?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she had thoughts of harming herself?
Well, or suiciding, yes.
So if she's successful in harming herself and she dies, then it's suicide. Either way, it's a thought of harming herself, right?
I don't think she had the interest of harming herself simply for the interest of harming herself. She had the interest of suiciding.
And she wasn't successful, obviously, right?
Are you referring to January 24th?
So the postpartum depression, sir, which invariably involves the EPDS, which you don't use, consists of 1 to 10 symptoms, and she hits every one in the medical records that you reviewed. Is that correct?
First of all, I'm not sure what you're... Well, I can't answer the question as you've asked. I'll put it...
Let's talk about postpartum psychosis, because that is something that can follow postpartum depression. Is that right?
You're using terms that make it that I can't answer your question.
A postpartum psychosis you can't answer? You know what that is, don't you?
Are you referring to the proposed diagnosis that we referred to earlier? The one
I'm referring to the fact that this young lady was suffering from postpartum psychosis when she killed her kids. Do you know what postpartum psychosis means?
So there is a observation that a person may have psychosis, or there is the proposed diagnosis that we referred to the other day.
Let's do this. Symptoms of postpartum psychosis. Number one, hearing voices. Would you agree, sir, that hearing voices is indicative of having a symptom of postpartum psychosis?
You're referring to a condition or an illness called postpartum psychosis, and I don't know that I can answer questions as a psychiatrist based on that.
Would you agree, sir, that when a person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, you understand that term, do you not?
When we elicit,
do you understand the term postpartum psychosis? It's real easy. Do you understand that term?
It's actually not easy. It's serious, but when we do elicit psychosis after a birth, we take it very seriously. Typically,
who's we? Who's we? We take it seriously. Who's we?
We psychiatrists. I, as a psychiatrist.
Yeah. So, would you agree with me, sir, that when you are diagnosing, if you do, a patient that's coming to you for help after having a baby, so it's postpartum, and has been through, let's say, postpartum depression, and is now complaining of hearing voices or a voice commanding her to act, that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, yes or no? Is it?
That would be psychosis. I don't know exactly, based on your hypothetical, as to whether it would count as the proposed postpartum psychosis illness, disease, but it certainly would be a concerning symptom or sign.
Okay, so if you had administered the Edinburgh test, that is something that may have assisted you in evaluating the claim that the person is hearing voices, because that's one of the things that you would be concerned about with a patient, right?
You're always concerned if you're encountering somebody who's hearing voices, especially if they're new.
Especially if they're a mother, right?
Anybody.
How about thought broadcasting? You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. How about a patient that says that they're worried about hearing voices and they're worried that people such as teachers could hear the voices in their head? Is that something that would concern you?
Yes.
How about if the person was afraid that somebody is able to hear the voices in their head and would call the police or DCF and they'd lose their kids? Is that something that would concern you?
Hypothetically, yes, it would be a concern.
Well, how about actually in this case with Lindsay Clancy? Did you come across that in all of your investigation?
I came across, in my evaluation, a period where she worried that people could hear what she was thinking. That's different, first of all, from thought broadcasting. But in either event, as I've said, she was in a serious psychiatric state, and she was suffering.
How about number two, postpartum psychosis symptomology, delusional beliefs with distorted reality? Did she complain to Tufts or Gelada about having distorted reality, being disassociated? Things weren't real. Do you recall coming across that?
So there were times that in the context of some of the medications she was taking that she felt that things weren't real, yes.
Okay, so
or that
my question, sir,
uncomfortable.
My question, sir, is whether or not she complained of that to her health care providers. You'd agree with me that she did, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about appears normal in between episodes, calm, even laughing. Would you agree with me, sir, that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes? It comes and it goes, right?
So are you referring to a particular...
I'm asking you a simple question. Do you agree that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes, that it can come out of nowhere and then leave, and a person can appear normal? They can even laugh. Would you agree with that, sir?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis and illness, or the findings of psychosis in somebody who's postpartum?
I'm asking you about Lindsay Clancy, the young lady that's sitting right here that you're testifying against in front of this jury, telling this jury that she was responsible for the death of her children. You with me?
I'm not sure I understand exactly the context that you just stated.
Okay,
But
the
if your
context
question
I'm giving it
about
is...
the natural course of an illness called postpartum psychosis. That illness has not been refined. It's not something that we in psychiatry, at least as far as I'm aware, can talk about as an illness where we understand its typical course. And we understand
time out.
All right, hold on. Let him finish. Doctor, you done with that answer?
I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
You're telling me, sir, that you don't believe or buy postpartum psychosis. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that at all.
Okay. So you do believe that postpartum psychosis is a serious mental illness?
I don't think it's a matter of belief or not belief. I'm aware of how to elicit the symptom or sign of psychosis. I am also aware that there's a proposal for an illness that would be recognized where we understand its typical course and how it progresses, that has been proposed and that has not been approved for use in psychiatry in the United States.
Approved by who?
By the American Psychiatric Association.
The APA, so you...
Hold on.
By the team that let me, if I can finish, by
That's
the
the judge you're
particular
talking to, not
body
me.
within the American Psychiatric.
Do you agree that postpartum psychosis is a legitimate disease or defect? Yes or no?
When you have a symptom or sign of postpartum of psychosis at any time, but particularly in the postpartum period, it is a legitimate finding and something to be concerned about and to treat.
Okay. And when you say within the time frame, you're referring to the Dr. Mack time frame of 4 weeks, right?
No, I think, as I said, any time that a person has psychosis.
Okay, so
the issue about 4 weeks has to do with how we would diagnose it or what wording we would use to diagnose it, but that doesn't have to do with the reality of the individual.
Okay, so any time that there is a psychosis, and if it's postpartum, you would agree that you can put the two words together and it's postpartum psychosis, right?
You would not utilize that in your diagnostic terminology.
Okay. Well, you would agree,
you
sir,
would see
that
it and you would be concerned about it. According to the DSM, you would not utilize that.
I'm sorry. Doctor, if you could repeat that answer. We had some problems following it. Go ahead.
So the presence of psychosis is always of concern, especially if it's new onset. To the extent that we are talking about the proper terminology of labeling something, whether it is postpartum onset or not, the DSM provides guidance as to the time frame. That is different than my saying that it is a not serious condition.
So, symptom number one, complaint, according to the Mass General Hospital, major research project, along with the Department of Mental Health, dealing with postpartum psychosis, would indicate that hearing voices, a voice commanding her to act, is a symptom of postpartum psychosis. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or no.
I can't answer that.
Okay, the answer is no. The answer is no.
All right. He just doesn't agree with it. Next question.
answered these questions several times now.
Really?
Overruled. You're going to let him ask that question if you want to ask that again.
So let's move on, sir, so we don't fight over number one. How about number two? Delusional beliefs, distorted reality. Would you agree that that's a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
You said number one, number two. I don't know what authority you're referring to.
Do you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis, in addition to the hearing of the voices, would be delusional beliefs and a distorted reality?
I can't answer because I still don't know if you're referring to the phenomenon of psychosis or you're referring to some illness.
I'm referring to the illness that Lindsay Clancy was suffering that's in her medical record, sir, that you tell this jury you read. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I didn't find any evidence of psychosis in her record.
Okay.
Other than...
Was there any was there any indication that she was hearing voices? Did she complain about that, sir? Yes or no?
She complained about intrusive thoughts.
Okay.
If that's where you're referring.
How about the delusional beliefs and distorted reality? Do you recall her complaining about distorted reality, sir? Yes or no?
I'm not sure she used those terms. If you're referring
No,
to
never mind what I'm referring to. Your answer is no, right?
No, she did not display psychotic features.
I didn't ask about psychotic features. I'm asking you about delusional beliefs and distorted reality, doctor.
That is a type of psychosis.
Okay.
So I didn't see any evidence of any psychotic features throughout the medical records.
So it's your understanding from reviewing her medical records that Lindsay never indicated that she was not participating in reality, that she was in a disassociated state, that she was out of touch with reality. You're telling this jury you never saw that?
I did see that evidence, that component that you discussed with her physician.
Great.
I don't see that as a sign, strictly speaking, of psychosis. It may have been in some cases, but I don't see any signs of psychosis or delusions.
Like in this postpartum psychosis, sir, you'd agree that delusional beliefs, distorted reality is a symptom, yes or no? Not waxing and waning with your answer, yes or no?
Are you referring to an authority there?
Doctor,
I agree.
Doctor, hold on. Here's the way this works, all right? You don't really ask a lot of questions. You answer the questions, all right? If I told you before, if you can't answer a question the way it's framed, just let me know, and I'll tell counsel to frame it in a different way, all right? So that's the rules. That's how it works here. So go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Would you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis with a woman who is coming to a physician for treatment indicates that they appear to have normal periods between episodes of disassociation where they're calm, they're even laughing, and they can drive cars, they can talk to people, they can use telephones, all of that, right?
It would be... That description may be of other things, but it's not necessarily of psychosis.
How about severe sleep deprivation, sir? Do you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom when you're considering the whole of the patient complaining of various symptoms? Severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of postpartum psychosis.
I can't answer the question the way you phrased it.
Okay, so let's say postpartum psychosis, you're somewhat familiar with it, and would you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of it?
I can't answer the question the way
Okay,
you
you can't answer it, okay. How about rapid mood swings? Would you agree that rapid mood swings are a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay. How about a person saying that they're not herself? I want to be myself. I want to go back to being myself. I can't be myself. Is that a complaint that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
It might be, if the person has psychosis.
Okay, the answer is it might be. Did Lindsay Clancy indicate that she wanted to go back to being herself?
Yes.
Now, did she also, was there any evidence, sir, of thoughts of harming her children?
There were periods when she had impulses or intrusive thoughts about harming her children.
And when you say intrusive, if I come to you and, if a person comes to you and postpartum psychosis is on your radar and says that they're having intrusive thoughts about harming their children, would you not ask them what that means? In other words, is it a voice in their head? Is it their thought process? What is it? Do you ask that question?
Of course.
Did anybody ask that question when she was complaining about having intrusive thoughts about suicide, for example? Did anybody ask her what that meant? Voices in the head or thoughts?
I believe that the clinicians at McLean, at Mass General, Dr. Gelada, Dr. Tufts all asked about, or all made inquiries to understand the nature of her suicidal ideation.
Do you believe that, based on your review of the medical records and based on your review of the numerous cocktail of drugs that were prescribed to her, that she received good medical care from Gelada and Tufts?
No, ruled.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Did she complain that she was not herself and her family could see the change?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also complain of thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she also have poor insight?
I'm not sure that she had poor insight.
Well, if you are looking at postpartum psychosis and the symptoms are 1 through 10, if a person is complaining to you as a doctor, and when I say complain, I don't mean complaining, I mean that's medical language, that they're complaining or giving you a symptom, of 1 through 9, that is a very, very strong indicia that the person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, is it not?
1 through 9, I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay. How about blood tests? You think they're important when you're dealing with prescribing medications like Tufts was after a month?
They can be.
And do you think, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that a person should be given a basic blood test when you're prescribing these medications to them?
Overruled.
There are some situations where blood tests are required or needed, and other times when psychiatrists may feel comfortable making prescriptions without such tests.
So there is a further test that can be given that would actually determine whether or not a person's enzymes are reacting to the drugs, the narcotics that are being prescribed to them. Isn't that right?
You say narcotics?
Well, drugs, you know,
sure.
like sertraline or...
Can you say the question again?
Sure. Prescriptions. When a person is prescribed prescriptions, it is well within reason that a competent physician would, number one, take a simple blood test, right?
It's possible.
Okay. And I guess that's up to the doctor that you're seeing, right?
Well, sure, or depends on what concerns the person may have, what's their medical history, what's your awareness of other factors that are affecting their biological health.
So let's take Lindsay Clancy.
Depends on which medication we're talking about also.
Let's take Lindsay Clancy, for example, sir. The medical records that you reviewed when she's dealing with Tufts and Gelada, did they administer any blood test to her at all?
Not that I recall.
Is there a further analysis that can be performed on the blood that is drawn from the woman when she sees the doctor to determine whether or not there are enzyme reactions to the prescription drugs that they're prescribed?
There are tests that can be done to determine the relative degree of one enzyme or another and how much they would do in terms of breaking down the medications, if that's what you're talking about.
Well, that test wasn't administered to Lindsay, was it?
I don't think so.
In spite of innumerable, which we won't have to go through, complaints that she had and her husband about what was happening to her as a result of her postpartum as well as postpartum depression, symptomology of postpartum psychosis in conjunction with the narcotics, the drugs, the prescriptions that she was given. It never did any further testing, right?
Correct.
How about thyroid? Is that something that's important to you as a doctor dealing with a postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis?
Thyroid would be important to assess in a person complaining of mood problems, yes.
Well, how about a woman who is complaining that during the postpartum, which goes on ad infinitum, is complaining of postpartum depression symptoms and or postpartum psychosis? It's important to check their thyroid level, isn't it?
It would be important to check thyroid in multiple different psychiatric conditions.
So the answer is yes, right? The answer is yes.
Well, I'm not sure that specifically answers your question.
I don't care. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay.